The word boondocks, which is now part of the English Language Dictionary and Vocabulary, comes from the Tagalog word bundok, meaning mountain. Catch Aral TarlakHenyo every Monday to Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. over Radio Filipino DCTC 828 and streamed live on Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. I am Jeremiah Gakutan, your English teacher broadcaster. Let's learn English together only here on Aral TarlakHenyo.
A happy and blessed afternoon, our dear grade 8 learners. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Simulcast over DZTC 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac, RTV Channel 26, Facebook Live, and on Converge Cable TV Channel 100. How are you today? I hope everyone is feeling great. I am teacher Kimberly D. Teves, broadcasting live from San Bartolome, Mayantok, Tarlac. Please join me as we explore and learn our today's lesson. As we begin our lesson, kindly prepare your learning activity sheet, pen, and paper. Watch and study. We're in a place where you are most comfortable. Also, I want you to interact by commenting in the chat box with your name, section, and school you are from. Our today's topic is all about how to synthesize essential information found in various sources. Objectives. First, we have to identify synthesizing. Second, we have to identify the ways to synthesize information from different sources. And for the third one, we have to synthesize essential information from a given text. Before we get started, I would like to congratulate you first for doing your best in accomplishing your previous learning activity sheet. It means that you have accomplished all those previous learning activity sheets, and look how far you have made it. In the last episode, Teacher Sheena Marie discussed about expanding the content of an outline using notes from primary and secondary sources to writing. Now, let us try to check if you have mastered the topic that was being discussed in your previous lesson by answering this 5-item activity. Please, do listen as I read the sentences. I will give 3 seconds to answer each item. So here is the direction. You classify the following sources by type. Write PS if it is primary source and SS if it is secondary source. Write your answer on your answer sheet. Again, classify the following sources by type. Write PS if it is primary and secondary sources, you write SS. Write your answer on your answer sheet. So first, number 1. What is the classification of autobiography? Is it primary source or secondary source? The answer for item number 1 is PS. Very good, dear students. You got the correct answer. Now, let's have the number 2. Number 2 is for book reviews. Book reviews, what is the answer? Is it a primary or secondary source? That's great. The answer is SS. It is a secondary source. Next, we have number 3, textbooks. What is the classification of textbooks? Is it a primary or secondary? Okay, very good. The answer for number 3 is SS. It is classified as secondary source. Now, let's go on with number 4. What is the classification of number 4, which is letters? If your answer is primary source, you are correct. The answer for number 4 is PS. It is a primary source. And last but not the least, we have the dictionaries. Dictionaries, it is a PS or as SS. The answer for number 5 is SS. It is classified as secondary sources. Absolutely correct. How many correct answers did you get in this activity? Very good. I hope this will help you to master the previous lesson being discussed by the teacher. Now that we are done with the review, let us begin the lesson. This is all about synthesizing essential information found in various sources. But first of that, let us all define synthesis. The word synthesis is a noun. Its verb form is synthesize. It is the composition or combination of parts of elements so as to form a whole. It also involves looking for similarities and differences between your sources. Synthesizing is the process through which readers bring together their background knowledge and their evolving understanding of the book to create a complete and original understanding of the text. This has something to do with how we process. We have a lot of sources online, at home, at work, and especially in school. These different sources of information affect our opinion about something. We gather new knowledge, shape new ideas and opinions, and refine our thinking. Every new thought expands from the previous thought. As a result, we gain a better understanding. Through synthesizing, you can form ideas and opinion. So here is the example on how to synthesize information. We have here 3 sources. For source 1, Marisa saw a strange man enter the gym this morning. He was dressed in a suit. For the second source, Caroline was in the gym when a man came in and talked to Coach Carter for several minutes. They walked around the gym, looking at some places where paint was chipped and where the bleachers were cracked. And for the source 3, Joseph overheard one of the secretaries in the front office saying that the superintendent would be visiting today to look at the building and any budget needs for the next year. So what is the synthesis of these 3 sources? So the synthesis is, the superintendent visited the school today and he went to the gym. He talked with Coach Carter, who showed him some areas in the gym that may need renovation or repairing as part of the budget process. So from this example, observe that words were not copied directly word by word to form a synthesis, right? Sentences are paraphrased to be able to come up with your own composed paragraph without changing the meaning of the information you have taken from your sources. Reminders: synthesis is not a summary, but summary leads to synthesis. This involves the similarities and differences between your sources. Your synthesis should show the reader where the sources are similar and different. So here is the representation of how we come up with synthesis. We have the source 1, we have the source 2, the personal ideas, and the observation is equal to new idea. Now, we have here the 3 types of synthesis. So what are these syntheses? A, the new understanding. New understanding is something a reader has not considered before until reading the text. The second one is the deeper understanding, When we say deeper understanding, we are becoming more aware or appreciative of an idea after reading the text. And the last one, we have the change understanding. So what do we mean by change understanding? When we say change understanding, we are thinking differently as a result of reading the text. Again, synthesizing can be hard, especially if it is your first time to do it. But here is the suggested strategy that can be helpful for us. It is the REST method. So what is the REST method? R is to read 2 different sources about a topic and record ideas. For E, we have edit notes and combine concepts that are similar. S is for synthesize by combining notes with you and what you already know about the topic. And the last T is for think about your new ideas and connect them to what you already know. Now that we have discussed our topic, we are now to apply what you have learned about synthesizing essential information found in various sources. Allow me to read the directions twice. So first, write true if the statement tells about synthesizing and false if otherwise. Write your answer on your answer sheet. Again, write true if the statement tells about synthesizing and false if otherwise. Write your answer on your answer sheet. Okay, let's read for number 1. When you synthesize, you need to look at what 2 or more writers say at the same topic. What is the answer? The answer for number 1 is true. Amazing! You got the correct answer. For number 2, supporting details guide you in making your synthesis. What is the answer for number 2? The answer for number 2 is false. Very good. It feels great knowing that you are doing a great job. Now let's move on to number 3. Notes-taking is an important step of synthesizing. What is the answer for number 3? The answer for number 3 is true. Very good. You are correct. And number 4, synthesizing is similar to summarizing. For number 4, the answer is false. As what we have said a while back, that synthesis is not summary, but summary leads to synthesis. It only involves the similarities and differences between your sources. And now let's have the number 5. You need to look for essential information from different sources to make an overall point. What is the answer for number 5? Okay, the correct answer for item number 5 is true. Who got the perfect score? That's great. Congratulations for a job well done. Now, let's go and proceed to our next activity. Let me read the directions twice and you are given a 5-item test. Okay, so here is the direction. Item or question and choose the best answer. Number 1. Which of the following is not part of synthesizing? A. Determining a purpose. B. Finding supporting details. C. Comparing and contrasting text. And D. Finding the main idea. So what is the answer for number 1? Okay. The answer for number 1 is letter A. Okay, very good. The answer for number 1 is letter A. Now, let me read the 2 passages. So, identify the similarity between these 2 passages. Okay, let me read the passage 1. If you want to become an astronaut, NASA requires that you have a degree in biology, physical science, engineering, or math. You then must have at least 3 years of working experience to show that you are responsible. It is helpful to have an advanced degree too. Teaching experience is valued, so teachers are encouraged to apply to become an astronaut. Next, we have the passage 2. Let me read the passage too. Mae Jemison was the first African woman to travel in space. She went to chemical engineering and African and American studies. She then went to medical school and became a doctor. She traveled around the world helping people. She also became a well-known dancer and had her own dance studio. She applied to become a NASA astronaut but was turned down first. After applying again in 1987, she was accepted as one of 15 astronauts out of 2,000 applicants. So here are the choices. Letter A. A. Both tell you something about becoming an astronaut. B. Both tell you how to apply to become an astronaut. C. Both tell you about NASA's space program. And D. Both tell you about the life of astronaut. So the answer for number 2 is letter A. Great! You answered our item number 2 correctly. Number 3. Which of the following statements below best synthesizes the information in the two passages? Again, which of the following statements below best synthesizes the information in the two passages? A. You must have a degree in math. B. NASA often hires women. C. Jemison did become an astronaut. And D. Becoming an astronaut is difficult. Okay, the correct answer for item number 3 is letter D. Very good. Now, let me read the ideas from the articles below. How are these articles connected? Okay, number 1. The Loch Ness Monster must exist. Over 10,000 people claim to have sighted the serpent-like monster. Can 10,000 people all just be imagining things? Number 2. For the main idea number 2, with today's underwater camera and sonar, it is impossible to believe that the Loch Ness Monster exists. We would have found her by now. So here are the choices. For A, different opinion about the Loch Ness Monster. B, agreement that the Loch Ness Monster is a joke. Letter C, how science is used to prove things. And letter D, opinions about news reporting. So think about it. What is the answer for number 4? Okay, the correct answer for item number 4 is letter A. And now, let's have the number 5. Number 5, what conclusion can you draw from both of these ideas? Again, what conclusion can you draw from both of these ideas? A, the existence of the Loch Ness Monster is still debated. B, science can prove the existence of the Loch Ness Monster. Letter C, over 10,000 people have sighted the Loch Ness Monster. And letter D, the Loch Ness Monster is a myth. So what is the answer for number 5? Think about it. The answer for number 5 is letter A. That's great. So great job, dear learners. Congratulations for a job well done. So, to strengthen our knowledge for today's discussion, let's answer the activities. For your post-listening, we have 2 activities that need to be accomplished. So let me read the direction twice. So here is the first direction. So for the first direction, read the given selection below. Organize the information from the reading selection by writing the needed information in the graphic organizer. Write your answer on the table provided. Again, read the given selection below. Organize the information from the reading selection by writing the needed information in the graphic organizer. Write your answer on table provided. So we have here smoking and tobacco. So you have to fill in the table by answering the following questions. For the first cell, at first I was thinking. For the second one, while I was reading, I was thinking. And the third one, the more I read, I thought. And for the last one, after reading, my thinking changed to blank. So all you have to do is to fill in the table by answering the following. Now, let's move on to the second part of the listening activity. I will read the directions twice. For the direction, based on the information in the article and what you already know, write an essay about your understanding of Indian wedding tradition. Essay will be based on the following rubric. Again, based on the information in the article and what you already know, write an essay about your understanding of Indian wedding tradition. Essay will be based on the following rubric. So as you can see, we have here a rubric. We have here a rubric wherein, okay, we have here a rubric. Okay? Okay, so, congratulations, dear grade 8 learners. You have successfully finished our lesson for today. And I am glad you have answered all of the questions correctly and you have actively participated for today's activities. I hope you have learned and gained knowledge for today's topic. Continue doing well in the succeeding lessons. Again, this is Ma'am Kimberly D. Teves, your teacher broadcaster for English 8 today. Thank you and have a wonderful day ahead.
Wagi sa kaalaman, kabahagi sa kaligtasan.
Gana sa karaman kaparte sa seguridad.
Analo at kakapatan, kabiyangan at kilalaban.
Narito ang mga dapat gawin bago magkalindol.
Siguraduhing matibay ang bahay at ipakumpuni ang mga sirang bahagi nito. Siguraduhin ding ligtas ang pagkakalagay ng mga mabibigat at mga nakabiting bagay. Ihanda ang emergency kit na naglalaman ng mga pangangailangan ng pamilya kagaya ng radyo, flashlight, first aid kit, tubig, pagkain, pito at gas mask. Makilahok sa mga pagsasanay ukol sa lindol.
Wagi sa kaalaman, kabahagi sa kaligtasan.
Madaugon sa kasayuran, kabahin sa kaluwasan.
Sinambot keng kabaluan, kayabe keng kasamasnan.
Madaugon sa kahibalo, kabahin sa kaluwasan.
Isang mahalagang paalala mula sa kabahagi mo, Radyo Pilipino.
Ang Asia-New Zealand Afforestation Project o ANZAP ay sumusunod at umaayon sa isa sa 5 haligi ng Provincial Government of Tarlac, Kalikasan muna. Although Tarlac is landlocked, the province is teeming with natural resources and beauty, and we TarlakHenyos are the stewards of this bounty.
upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya. Nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Poson para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam, we are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZDZ 828. Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagbumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Isrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa.
Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province, hatid sa inyo ng RTV Tarlac, Channel 26 at DCTC Radio Pilipino Tarlac. Magandang araw! Naririto na naman tayo nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi na maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Kumusta na kayo mga ginigilo kong mag-aaral? Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyong masidhing pagpupunyagi upang matuto sa kabila ng hamon ng pagkakataon ang COVID-19 pandemic. At ako nga pala ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8, Ginang Christy L. Castillo, at naririto akong muli upang samahan at gabayan kayong maunawaan ang ating paksang aralin sa araw na to, ang tungkol sa pagsisikap ng mga bansa upang makamit ang pangkapayapaang daigdig. At sa lahat ng mga mag-aaral na nasa ikawalong baitang at sa lahat ng mga magulang na patuloy na ginagabayan ng kanilang mga anak, kung meron kayong nais linawin o itanong tungkol sa ating talakayan sa araw na to, maaari kayong mag-text sa mga numerong naka-flash sa inyong screen. At ang aking numero ay 0921-25-225-24. Kaya, ano pang hinihintay nyo at text na. At paalaala sa lahat ng mga mag-aaral sa mga dapat ninyong gawin upang magkaroon ng maayos na pakikinig at panonood ng ating live broadcast dito lamang sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Narito ang mga dapat ninyong gawin. Una, siguraduhin na kayo ay nasa komportableng lugar habang nakasubaybay sa ating live broadcast. Pangalawa, ihanda ang inyong module, papel at ballpen na gagamitin sa ating pag-aaral. Ikatlo, iwasan ang paggawa ng ibang bagay at ituon ang sarili sa paksang ating tatalakayin. At yan ang mga bagay na dapat ninyong gawin. Alam kong kayang-kaya ninyong gawin ang lahat ng aking mga nabanggit. At bago tayo dumako sa ating panibagong talakayan sa araw na ito, balikan muna natin ang paksang tinalakay noong nakaraang linggo. Subukan ninyong balikan ang mga impormasyong ibinigay ukol sa pagtatalakay natin sa paksang ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. Natalakay noong nakaraang linggo ang mga sumusunod na paksa. Mga sanhi ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. Mga mahalagang pangyayari sa ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig, ang tagumpay ng Allied Powers at mga naging bunga ng digmaan. At natutunan ninyo ang mga sumusunod. Mga sanhi ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. Pag-agaw ng Japan sa Manchuria. Pag-alis ng Germany sa Liga ng mga Bansa. Pagsakop ng Italia sa Ethiopia. Digmaang sibil sa Spain. Pagsanib ng Austria at Germany. Paglusob ng Alemanya sa Czechoslovakia. At paglusob ng Germany sa Poland. Inulit ko, yan ang mga natutunan ninyo tungkol sa mga naging sanhi ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. Nalaman din ninyo ang mga mahalagang pangyayari sa pagwawakas ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. At narito ang mga sumusunod. Mga mahalagang pangyayari sa pagwawakas ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. Pagbagsak ng Sicily. Pagkapanalo sa Hilagang Africa. D-Day sa Normandy. At Victory in Japan Day. Ilan pa sa mga natutunan ninyo ay ang mga naging bunga ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. Ang ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig ang itinuturing bilang pinakamagastos na digmaan sapagkat tinatayang umabot sa halos 2 trilyong dolyar ang kabuang halagang na gastos. Marami ang nasawi at maraming ari-arian ang nasira. Alam ko na naaalala pa ninyong lahat ang ating talakayan noong nakaraang linggo tungkol sa ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. At kung sa nakaraang talakayan ay tinalakay natin ang tungkol sa ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig, ngayong araw ay isa na namang panibagong talakayan ang magaganap. Handa na ba kayo para sa isa na namang paksang aralin? Pero bago yan ay magkakaroon muna tayo ng isang laro. Bago natin tuklasin ang mga impormasyon tungkol sa pagsisikap ng mga bansa na makamit ang kapayapaang pandinig, narito ang aking panuto para sa gagawin nating laro. At bago dyan, ay matututunan ninyo ang Most Essential Learning Competency. Natataya ang pagsisikap ng mga bansa na makamit ang kapayapaang pandaigdig at kaunlaran. Ngayon ay sisimulan na natin ang ating paksang talakayan, ating bagong talakayan sa araw na ito. Bago tayo dumako sa pagtatalakay ng bagong aralin, ay magkakaroon muna tayo ng isang laro. Napakadali lamang ng larong ito at tiyak na kayo ay matutuwa. Handa na ba kayo? Ang tanging gagawin nyo lamang ay ayusin ang mga letrang gulo-gulo upang makabuo kayo ng isang panibagong salita. Ang lahat ng mabubuo ninyong mga salita ay makatutulong sa pag-uunawa natin o pag-uunawa ninyo sa bagong paksang aralin na tungkol sa pagsisikap ng mga bansa na makamit ang kapayapaang pandaigdig. Handa na ba kayo? Narito ang unang bilang. Ang tanging gagawin lamang ninyo ay ayusin ang mga gulugulong letra para makabuo ng isang panibagong salita. At kayo ay bibigyan ko ng 3 segundo para sagutin ang bawat bilang. At sa lahat ng ating mga taga-subaybay ng remote live broadcast, maaari ninyong i-type ang inyong mga sagot sa comment box. At ang tamang sagot para sa unang bilang ay kapayapaan. Binabati ko ang nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Para sa ikalawang bilang, nakuha kaya ninyo ang tamang sagot? Muli, binabati ko ang lahat ng nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Ang sagot ay nagkakaisa. Para sa ikatlong bilang, at ang tamang sagot para dito ay united. Ang susunod na bilang, ano kaya ang mabubuong salita? At ang tamang sagot ay nations. Susunod na bilang, tingnan natin kung nakuha ninyo ang tamang sagot. Kaligtasan. Susunod na bilang. Tapos na ang 3 segundo at ang tamang sagot ay bansa. Para sa ikapitong bilang, handa na ba kayo? At ang tamang sagot para dito ay council. Para sa ikawalong bilang. At ang tamang sagot ay justice. Pangalawa sa pinakahuling bilang. Ano kaya ang mabubuong salita? At ang tamang sagot ay assembly. Para sa ikahuling bilang. At sa pagkatapos ng 3 segundo, ang tamang sagot ay security. Binabati ko ang lahat ng mga mag-aaral na nakakuha ng perfect score. At kayo ay magaling dahil kayo ay nakabuo ng mga salitang magpapaunawa sa ating paksang aralin. Ilan sa mga salitang nabuo ninyo ay kapayapaan, nagkakaisa, united, nations, kaligtasan, bansa, council, justice, assembly, at security. Ano nga ba ang kinalaman ng mga salitang ito sa ating panibagong aralin sa araw na ito? Atin nang sisimulan ang ating talakayan at handa na ba kayong makinig at magkaroon na naman ng panibagong kaalaman? At upang masundan ang ating talakayan tungkol sa pagsisikap ng mga bansa na makamit ang kapayapaang pandaigdig. Upang hindi na masundan pa ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig, humanap ng paraan ang mga bansa upang tuluyan ng makamit ang kapayapaan. Isa sa mga hakbang na ginawa nila ay ang pagtatatag ng United Nations. Isang malaking papel ang ginampanan ng Organisasyong United Nations sa pagkakamit ng tinatawag nating kapayapaang pandaigdig. Hindi pa natatapos ang ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig, ay naisip na ni Pangulong Franklin Roosevelt ng United States na muling magtatag ng isang samahang pandaigdig na papalit sa Liga ng mga Bansa. At 4 na buwan bago sumalakay ang mga Hapones sa Pearl Harbor, sina Pangulong Roosevelt at punong Ministro Winston Churchill ng England ay bumalangkas ng deklarasyon. Ang Atlantic Charter na siyang saligan ng 26 na bansa sa nilagdaang deklarasyon ng mga bansang nagkakaisa o tinatawag nating United Nations. Sa isang komperensya sa Moscow noong Oktubre 1943, ang United States, Great Britain at Soviet Union ay nagkasundo na pairalin at panatilihin ang kapayapaan sa sandaling matalo ang Axis. At sinundan ito ng deklarasyon ng 4 na bansa kasama ang China upang maitatag ang isang pangkahalatang samahang pandaigdig upang mapanatili ang kapayapaan at kaligtasan sa mundo. At 50 bansa ang nagpulong sa California, United States upang balangkasin ang Karta ng mga Bansang Nagkakaisa. Noong Oktubre 24 ng 1945 ay itinatag ang mga bansang nagkakaisa o United Nations o UN. Muling nagpulong ang mga kinatawan ng mga bansa sa London noong 1946 at nahalal na unang Sekretaryo General si Trygve Lie ng Sweden. Tandaan ang mga sumusunod na petsa na naging mahalaga sa pagbabalangkas ng United Nations. Oktubre 1943, nagkasunto ang United States, Great Britain at Soviet Union na pairalin at panatilihin ang pandaigdigang kapayapaan sa oras na matalo ang Axis powers. Pebrero 1943, nagkasundo ang Big Three na sina Pangulong Franklin Roosevelt ng US, Punong Ministro Winston Churchill ng Britain, at Premier Joseph Stalin ng Soviet Union na bumuo ng isang balangkas ng saligang batas para sa nagkakaisang mga bansa. Hunyo 26, 1945, nilagdaan ang Charter para sa United Nations. Oktubre 24, 1945, isinilang ang Samahan ng mga Nagkakaisang Bansa o mas kilala sa tawag na United Nations. Binubuo ng 6 na pangunahing sangay ang United Nations. Ang mga sangay na ito ay naitatag kasabay ng pagtatatag ng United Nations noong Oktubre 1945. Ano-ano nga ba ang mga naging sangay ng United Nations? Nariyan ang General Assembly, ang Security Council, ang Secretariat, ang Economic and Social Council, ang Trusteeship Council, at ang International Court Justice. Bago tayo matapos sa unang bahagi ng pagtatalakay ng ating paksang aralin, ay alamin natin ang naging hangarin ng samahang na itatag. Una ay upang mapanatili ang kapayapaan at seguridad. Pangalawa, mapaunlad ang pagkakaibigan ng mga bansa batay sa pagkakapantay-pantay ng karapatan ng tao. Ikatlo, makamit ang pandaigdigang pagkikipagtulungan sa paglutas ng mga suliranin ng mga tao tulad ng suliraning pangkabuhayan, panlipunan at pantao. Ikaapat, matulungan ang mga bansa sa mga paggawa at pagbuo ng mga kasunduang pangkapayapaan at pakikipag-isa upang matamo ang mga nabanggit na layunin. Ang mga nabanggit na hangarin ng samahan ay nasasaad sa Charter of the United Nations. At mula sa mga tekstong aking ipinaliwanag, natutunan ninyo ang mga sumusunod na paksang aralin. Ang pagtatatag ng mga bansang nagkakaisa, ang United Nations at layunin nito, 6 na sangay ng United Nations. Hangarin ng United Nations ayon sa Charter of the United Nations. At bago tayo dumako sa pagsasagot ng inyong gawain para sa araw na ito, isa-isahin nating muli ang lahat ng mga mahalagang impormasyon na aking tinalakay tungkol sa unang bahagi ng ating paksang aralin tungkol sa pagsisikap ng mga bansa na makamit ang kapayapaang pandaigdig. Heto na ang mga dapat ninyong tandaan tungkol sa ating paksang tinalakay sa araw na ito. Una, isa sa mga hakbang na ginawa upang tuluyang makamit ang kapayapaan pagkatapos ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig ay ang pagtatatag ng mga bansang nagkakaisa o United Nations. Pangalawa, sina Pangulong Roosevelt at punong ministro Winston Churchill ang bumalangkas ng deklarasyon at ito ay tinatawag na Atlantic Charter. Pangatlo, ang Atlantic Charter ang siyang saligan ng 26 na bansa sa nilagdaang deklarasyon ng mga bansang nagkakaisa. 50 bansa ang nagpulong sa California, United States upang balangkasin ang karta ng mga bansang nagkakaisa. Oktubre 24, 1945 ang formal na pagsilang ng samahan ng mga nagkakaisang bansa o mas kilala sa tawag na UN or United Nations. Ika-6, binubuo ng 6 na pangunahing sangay ang United Nations. Nahalal na unang Sekretaryo General si Trygve Lie ng Sweden. Ang 6 na pangunahing sangay ng United Nations ay ang General Assembly, Security Council, Secretariat, Economic and Social Council, Trusteeship Council, at ang International Court of Justice. Ang magagandang hangarin ng samahan ng mga nagkakaisang bansa ay nasasaad sa Charter of the United Nations. Ayan ang mga dapat ninyong tandaan tungkol sa ating paksang aralin sa unang bahagi ng paksang pagsisikap ng mga bansa upang makamit ang kapayapaang pag-ibig. At ngayon ay handa ang inyong kwaderno at ballpen at ang inyong mga learning activity sheets para sa inyong gawain sa araw na ito. At para sa aking panuto, isulat ang inyong pangalan, antas at pangkat at petsa ngayong araw. Magsisimula na tayo. Kailangan lamang ninyong isa-isahin ang mga sagot sa aking katanungan. Handa na ba kayo? Mukhang kayo ay handang-handa na. Kung gayon, ay pakinggang mabuti ang aking mga tanong na babasahin at isulat ang inyong mga sagot sa inyong learning activity sheets o sa gutang papel. Para sa ating gawain, basahing mabuti ang bawat katanungan at isulat ang titik ng tamang sagot. Inuulit ko, basahing mabuti ang bawat katanungan at isulat ang titik ng tamang sagot. Para sa unang bilang, ang tanong, sino sa mga sumusunod ang nakaisip na magtatag ng isang samahang pandaigdig na papalit sa liga ng mga bansa at ang mga pagpipilian ay ang mga sumusunod? A. Pangulong Roosevelt. B. Punong Ministro Winston Churchill. Letter C. Tocqueville Lee. Letter D. Premier Joseph Stalin. At kaya bibigyan ko ng 3 segundo para masagot ang katanungang ito. At ang tamang sagot ay letter A. Pangulong Roosevelt. Binabati ko nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Para sa ikalawang bilang, alin sa mga sumusunod na naging saliga ng 26 na bansa sa nilagdaang deklarasyon ng mga bansang nagkakaisa o United Nations? A. General Assembly. B. International Court of Justice. C. Security Council. Or letter D. Atlantic Charter. At sa pagtatapos ng 3 segundo, ang tamang sagot ay B. Atlantic Charter. Muli binabati ko ang mga nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Para sa ikatlong bilang, ilang bansa ang nagpulong sa California, United States upang balangkasin ang karta ng mga nagkakaisang bansa? A. 40. B. 50. C. 60. Letter D. 70. At ang tamang sagot ay letter B. 50. Dumako na tayo sa ika-4 na bilang para sa unang bahagi ng inyong gawain sa araw na ito. Kailan nagtatag ang United Nations? A. October 21, 1945. Letter B. October 22, 1945. Letter C. October 23, 1945. Or letter D. October 24, 1945. At ang tamang sagot ay letter D. October 24, 1945. At para sa ikalimang bilang, sino sa mga sumusunod ang nahalal na unang Sekretaryo General ng United Nations? A. Pangulong Roosevelt. Letter B. Punong Ministro Winston Churchill. C. Tocqueville Lee. Or D. Premier Joseph Stalin. At ang tamang sagot ay letter D. Tocqueville Lee. At dyan nagtatapos ang unang bahagi ng inyong gawain at narito naman ay ikalawang bahagi ng inyong pagsusulit sa araw na ito. Basahin ang mga sumusunod na pangungusap. Tukuyin kung ito ay tama o mali. Kung tama, isulat ang salitang tama. Kung ito naman ay mali, isulat ang salitang mali. At isulat ang salitang nagpapamali sa bawat pangungusap. Handa na ba kayo para sagutin ang ikalawang bahagi ng inyong gawain? Narito na. Una, ang United Nations ay naitatag dahil sa kagustuhan ng mga pinuno ng Allied Forces na mapanatili ang kapayapaan sa daigdig matapos ang digmaan. Muli kayo binibigyan ko ng 3 segundo para sagutin ang tanong na ito. At ang tamang sagot ay tama. Ang mga nakakuha ng tamang sagot, kayo binabati ko. Dumako tayo sa ikalawang pahayag. Sa pangunguna ni Franklin Roosevelt, Joseph Stalin at Vladimir Lenin na pirmahan ang Charter ng United Nations. At ang tamang sagot ay mali ang pangungusap. At ang nagpapamali ay ang Vladimir Lenin. Para sa ikatlong bilang, isa sa mga layunin ng United Nations ang mapaunlad ang relasyong pagkakaisa ng mga bansa sa pantay na karapatan. Ito kaya ay tama or mali at ano kaya nagpapamali sa pangungusap kung ito man ay mali? Pero ang sagot ay tama. Para sa ika-4 na bilang, ang Atlantic Charter ang naging saligan sa pagbubuo ng United Nations. At ang sagot muli ay tama. Susunod, 7 ang pangunahing sangay ng United Nations. Tignan natin kung tama ito at kung mali, ano kaya ang salitang nagpapamali. At ang sagot ay mali at ang salitang nagpapamali ay 7. At dyan nagtatapos ang inyong gawain para sa araw na ito. Nakakuha ba kayo ng mataas na score? Kung gayon, kayo ay binabati ko. At sa mga hindi naman nakakuha ng mataas na score, ay okay lamang yan. Dahil meron pa tayong susunod na gawain at pwede pa kayong makabawi. Isang bahagi ng ating leksyon ang natalakay na naman natin. At upang magkaroon kayo ng ideya sa susunod nating talakayan, basahin ninyo ang inyong Module 3 at pag-aralan ang tungkol sa mga tungkuling ginagampanan ng bawat sangay ng United Nations. Sana ay huwag ninyong kalimutan ang mahalagang aral na inyong natutunan mula sa ating leksyon sa araw na ito at patuloy nyo itong ibahagi sa iba. Inaasahan ko kayo na marami kayong natutunan sa araw nito at muli akong inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8, Ginang Christy L. Castillo na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng kasaysayan ay daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Isang magandang araw sa inyong lahat.
Alam niyo ba, ang Balanggiga Bells ay kinuha ng mga sundalong Amerikano bilang war trophies pagkatapos ng Balanggiga Massacre noong 1901? Matapos ang 117 years, naibalik ng US noong December 11, 2018 ang iconic church bells sa Pilipinas. Ang church bells na ito ay naglalarawan ng kalayaan, katapangan at pananampalataya ng mga Pilipino. Alam niyo na! Yan ang Balanggiga Bells.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners.
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC
Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
Your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Learners, welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV
RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC Radio Filipino Tarlac. I'm Annalyn Monton Pangilinan, your teacher broadcaster in Cookery Grade 8, broadcasting live here at Capas National High School, Dolores, Capas, Tarlac. Today is another day of learning with fun-filled activities. So join me as we discuss a new lesson. But before we begin, you know the drill. Bring out your modules in Cookery Grade 8 as well as your pen and a piece of paper so you may take down some notes to remember as we go along with our discussion. Are you ready? That's great! Let's begin! Join me this afternoon as we explore and expand our knowledge in cookery with the following objectives. Identify and describe the 6 common kitchen hazards. Number 2, discuss the ways how to minimize common kitchen hazards. And number 3, demonstrate understanding of the importance of knowing the 6 common kitchen hazards. Last time, we discussed the different types of hazards and their effects respectively. Do you still remember the 5 types of hazards? Okay, that is great. The 5 types of hazards are physical hazard, biological hazard, ergonomic hazard, chemical hazard, and psychological hazard. Now, which of the said hazard is related to stress, burnout, or fatigue? You are right. The type of hazard that is related to stress, burnout, and fatigue is the psychological hazard. How about the type of hazard that is dealing with animals, people, or infectious materials? Very well said. I shall conclude that you have remembered and understood our previous topic. The type of hazard that is pretty much related to animals, people, or infectious materials is a biological hazard. For today's discussion, we will identify the common kitchen hazards in the workplace as well as the things we need to do or to minimize hazards in the workplace. So, our topic for today is controlling hazards and risks. Hazards in commercial kitchens are often related to the food preparation, equipment, manual handling, the way stock is stored, and the cleanliness of the working environment. Knowledge of these hazards may help us to reduce risk in our workplace. We have 6 common kitchen hazards. Namely, 1. Manual handling. 2. Slips, trips, and falls. 3. Improper storage. 4. Fire and electrical hazards. 5. Improper handling of kitchen equipment. And number 6. Food poisoning. Let us first talk about the manual handling. Carrying, lifting, pushing, and other manual handling maneuvers can, if not done safely, seriously harm the body's musculoskeletal system. The Health and Safety Executive reports that over 30% of food and drink industry, injuries are mainly musculoskeletal injuries caused by manual handling. There are several hazardous manual handling tasks, and these are the following: lifting boxes and crates of food, pushing or pulling wheel trucks such as trolleys, carrying pots or stacks of plates, moving equipment, handling containers of drinks including casks and kegs, unloading food and drink deliveries, cutting and deboning like meat and poultry, and reaching for items on shelves or in walk-in fridges. Take note of this: maneuvering awkward loads with contents that shift like casks and kegs is especially risky, as you usually have to adjust your grip on the move to minimize strain. Now, to minimize manual handling hazards, I will give you some tips that can help a lot. Here are they. Number 1. Keep the load close to your body with the heaviest side facing yourself. Number 2. Get a good grip on the load and adopt a stable position. Know your limits. If a load is too strenuous, do not push yourself. Load should never exceed 25 kilos. And number 3, adopt a good posture. Keep your back straight and avoid twisting or leaning. Number 4, clear away obstacles or wet patches on the route beforehand. And lastly, make use of manual handling equipment such as trolleys and keg trucks. Be sure to follow their instructions for safe use. Always remember this, my dear students: if your job involves a great deal of lifting and carrying, your employer should provide you with manual handling training, which should fully cover proper techniques. The second common kitchen hazards are slips, trips, and falls. Be aware that kitchens often have numerous slips, trips, and falls created by human error. This means you and others need to focus closely on proper safety practices and housekeeping. Let us identify the different slip, trip, and fall hazards. Number 1, floor contamination, such as spillages of water, sauces, oil, and flour. Number 2, wet floors from cleaning. And number 3, obstructions in walkways, including trailing cables, boxes, crates, bins, and cleaning equipment. Number 4, uneven worn down or loose flooring. Number 5, using a ladder to access high pantry shelves. Number 6, standing in a truck to unload deliveries. And preventing floor contamination is critical, as people are constantly moving around on their feet, sometimes while transporting hot food that will spill onto them if they fell. Now, here are some precautionary measures to minimize slip, trip, and fall hazards. Number 1, carry out good housekeeping. Clean spillages and move obstructions out of walkways right away. Number 2, take extra care while cleaning. Avoid leaving puddles behind and make sure the cleaning materials you're using are correct for the type of flooring in your kitchen. Dry mop when possible to eliminate slip risk altogether. Number 3, keep cables out of the walkways. Use the nearest plug socket for appliances. Number 4, report any issues with the flooring or work activities that are generating hazards when they shouldn't. For example, leaking equipment. Number 5, use a ladder in accordance with safety instructions. Rest ladders on a firm, level surface and use them for up to 30 minutes. Do not lift more than 10 kilos up a ladder. Number 6, avoid accessing heights with a suitable ladder. Chairs and shelves are unsafe to stand on. And lastly, carry out deliveries with a coworker. Working with someone minimizes the number of times you have to step on and back of a truck and put yourself at risk of falling. The third common kitchen hazard is improper storage. If not properly stored on shelves and fridges, objects could fall from height onto people, while food could become unsafe to use over time. There are some ways how to store it correctly. These are as follows. 1. Store heavy items on higher than waist height and don't overstock shelves. Number 2, use a FIFO or first in, first out food storage system. Number 3, use a step ladder. If you must access high shelves so you don't have to reach above your head, follow ladder safety rules. Number 4, follow your food safety and hygiene training. Number 5, know how to store food in the fridge safely. Ready to eat food on the top, raw meat, poultry, and fish on the bottom, while fruits and vegetables are in the bottom drawer. Keep food in containers for further separation and don't overload the fridge. And for the last one, check best before and use by dates from non-allergenic ones and ensure the temperature of the fridge is between 0 to 5 degrees Celsius and the freezer is below 18 degrees Celsius. The fourth common kitchen hazard is fire and electrical hazards. Number 1, keep an eye out of sources of ignition and fuel. Remove cardboard, boxes, packaging, and flour, like wet with cleaning to prevent creating a combustible cloud. Number 2, take extreme care when working around the naked flames or electric stoves. Keep flammable materials away from sources of heat and remember to wear a suitable chef's jacket. Number 3, check appliances and equipments, cables and plugs for signs of damage, such as fraying, dents, cracks, exposed wires, or burn marks. Also, listen out for any unusual sounds. Number 4. Clean up spilled chemicals immediately. Use non-flammable materials to do so. Number 5. Use electrical equipment and appliances only for their intended purpose. Follow all training provided to you. Number 6. Keep electrical appliances away from water and do not overload socket outlets. 7. Never to attempt to repair electrical equipment by yourself if it appears faulty or has stopped working. Take it out of use and report it to your senior staff as soon as possible. And for the last one, turn off all electrical equipment, stoves, and ovens at the end of the workday and when cleaning. Now, we are down to the 5th common kitchen hazard, which is the improper handling of equipment or our kitchen equipment. Kitchen equipment can be a hazard and you have handled them with a lot of care. The knives are for cutting in the kitchen and you should use them with utmost care. What should we remember when handling knives? Here are some of the proper ways of handling kitchen knives. Number 1. Ensure that they are always kept sharp. A dull knife may be difficult to handle that can cause unwanted injury. Number 2. Keep the handles in good order and remove any grease that may be on them. Grease may cause slipping while handling knives, so be cautious at all times. Number 3. When washing the knives, keep the sharp side away from you. And when handling the technical kitchen equipment, such as the microwaves and blenders, make sure you read the manual and follow the manufacturer's safety measures on the manual. As always, prevention is better than cure. Observe proper handling of the kitchen equipment to avoid unnecessary accidents. Our last common kitchen hazard, we have the food poisoning. Certain research estimates that in a year, 48 million people get sick from foodborne diseases. Therefore, carrying food safety measures is a necessity in every home to promote your family's protection. We have 3 safety measures to avoid food poisoning or any foodborne diseases. Number 1. Thoroughly cleaning hands, fruits, and vegetables. Number 2. Washing of utensils using a warm soapy water. Number 3. Ensure that you cook food properly. Remember this, my dear students. Raw food is one of the causes of food poisoning. To make sure your food is well cooked, utilize a food thermometer to ensure that the temperature is high enough to kill germs when cooking. Now class, can you tell me what kind of kitchen hazards are they? Number 1, manual handling. And number 2, slips, trips, and falls. Number 3, improper storage. And number 4, fur and electrical hazards. Number 5. Improper handling of kitchen equipment. And for the last one is the food poisoning. Okay class, again, those are the common kitchen hazards. I hope that you understand our lesson for today. Okay, so are you ready for some fun activity? That's great! But before we begin, I want you to bring out a piece of paper and a pen so that you may write your answer for every item. I assume that you have your materials with you. Let's begin! I will only read each statement twice, write true if the statement is correct, and false if otherwise. You have 5 seconds to answer, so listen very carefully. Question number 1. To minimize manual handling hazards, you should get a good grip of the load and adopt a stable position. Question number 1. To minimize manual handling hazards, you should get a good grip of the load and adopt a stable position. Question number 2. To store correctly, use a FIFO or first in, first out storage system. Question number 2. To store correctly, use a FIFO or first in, first out storage system. Number 3. When handling kitchen knives, it is okay not to sharpen them all the time. Again, question number 3. When handling kitchen knives, it is okay not to sharpen them all the time. Question number 4. To prevent food poisoning or other foodborne diseases, make sure that you cook food properly. Again, question number 4. To prevent food poisoning or other foodborne diseases, make sure that you cook food properly. Question number 5. In terms of minimizing fire and electrical hazards, you should keep electrical appliances away from water and do not overload socket outlets. Question number 5. In terms of minimizing fire and electrical hazards, you should keep electrical appliances away from water and do not overload socket outlets. Okay, time's up! Let's check your answers! Here are the correct answers to your quiz. The answer for number 1 is yes, it is true. Again, the answer for number 1 is yes, it is true. The answer for number 2 is yes, it is true. Again, the answer in number 2 is yes, it is true. While the answer in number 3 is no, it is false. Again, the answer in number 3 is no, it is false. The answer in number 4 is yes, it is true. Again, the answer in number 4 is yes, it is true. And the answer in number 5 is yes, it is true. How many correct answers did you get? That's great! I am very grateful that you have got most of the correct answers. As for the items that you didn't get correctly, you may always revisit our discussion on the Facebook page of RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. To sum it up, the list of kitchen hazards and preventive measures is far from exhaustive, but they give you useful know-how for preventing the common dangers you might face in a commercial kitchen, and they increase your awareness. Your safety-conscious mindset will help you to spot all types of hazards while at work. As I have said, prevention is better than cure. And with that, our dear grade 8 students, those are the 6 common kitchen hazards. I hope that you learned a lot. Stay safe at home. Once again, I am Annalyn Monton Pangilinan, your teacher broadcaster in Cookery Grade 8, leaving you this message. In TLE, we aim for skills, knowledge, and progress. Until next time!
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay. Ito ang Kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino, napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga, kasama katuwang Kapinoy. Kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Sentro ng selebrasyon ng ika-150th founding anniversary ng lalawigan ng Tarlac, maningning ang magiting ang mayaman na kultura at kasaysayan nito.
It's more of a historical cultural event, no? Para sariwain ang nakaraan. Kasi, you know, when I meet my yung mga students and I ask them, how far do you know where we came from? Anong kasaysayan natin? Walang magtataas ng kamay, no? So, through the years, slowly we're building the interest of our young generation to learn about our history. Pero you can't go into history kung minsan naiinip sila eh. So, nag-segue kami cultural muna to get them interested and then towards history. But today, the highlight really is ang kasaysayan at ang kultura ng Tarlac.
Ipinabatid ni Mr. Arsenio Baby Lugay, Tarlac Provincial Tourism Officer Head, na isa sa mga layunin ng aktibidad ay ang imulat ng mga kabataan sa kasaysayan ng Tarlac.
Sa mga kabataan kasi, hindi na alam kung saan tayo nanggaling. Diba? Wala nang awareness how we became TarlakHenyo, how it all started. No? Ang alam natin, napanganak tayo sa Tarlac, anak tayo ni ganun, finish, tapos na. Wala yung ano ba ang kasaysayan ng mga TarlakHenyo, saan nanggaling, ano ang naidulot nila sa pagkatao natin ngayon, yung characteristics, yung traits ng mga ano natin. So that is ang isang class namin ni Governor Susan, is to really identify ano ang TarlakHenyo.
Ipinahayag din ni Vice Governor Attorney Carlito Casada David ang kahalagahan ng pagbabalik tanaw sa kasaysayan.
Pag hindi mo raw alam kung saan ka nagsimula, kung saan ka nanggaling, para kang isang puno na mahina yung ugat. Konting kahit na mahinang angin lang, nabubuwal. Pero pag nalaman mo, pag alam mo kung saan ka nanggaling, ang kasaysayan ng isang lugar, para kang puno na napakalakas ang ugat. Kaya mas kinakagyan palakas ang hangin, ay hindi mo bubuwal. Yun po ang kahalagahan kung bakit natin dapat pag-aralan ang kasaysayan ng isang lugar.
Ang probinsya ng Tarlac ay itinatag noong May 28, 1873. At bagamat tila balimot na ng iba ang naging ambag nito sa kasaysayan, ang Tarlac ay nananatiling maningning at magiting bilang isa sa 8 lugar na ipinipresenta ng watawat ng Pilipinas. Para sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, ako si Jam Torio, nagbabalita.
Good morning, grade 5 learners.
How are you today?
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC, Radyo Pilipino, Tarlac.
I am Sir Joshua Evaristo,
your teacher broadcaster,
aiming to give you another fun-filled learning experience, serving you with the different skills, learn and have fun together.
Hello everyone, good afternoon, especially to all grade 8 learners. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DCTZ, Radyo Filipino Tarlac. I am Ma'am Jelly S. Go, your teacher broadcaster for Arts Grade 8, broadcasting live from San Jose, Tarlac City. I just want to tell some general reminders before we start our discussion. Make sure that you are in the most comfortable place while tuning in into our live stream and television. Also, make sure that you have a copy of your learning activity sheet in Grade 8 Arts for the 4th quarter to better understand our lesson for today. You can ask and answer the questions through the live chat. I hope everyone is ready. As we begin our lesson, I want you to open your learning activity sheet pre-assessment. The title is Picture Presentation. For our direction, observe and identify the title of each play. Are you ready? Again, you can write your answers in the chat box or in the learning activity sheet and send it to your Muppet teacher. Okay, let's start. Observe the picture. What is the title of this play? Very good. The title is Ibong Adarna. What about the second picture? Correct. The answer is Florante at Laura. Number 3, what is the title? Very good. The title is Miss Saigon. And for the last picture, what do you think the title? Correct. The answer is The Phantom of the Opera. Very good, everyone. Those pictures are examples of theatrical play. For our topic for today, we will discuss the relationship of the selected Asian festival and the festival in the Philippines in terms of form and reason for holding the celebration. I want you to observe again the picture. So this time, what did you notice, learners? Very good. That's the Peking Opera of China. Peking Opera or Beijing Opera, which combines music, vocal performance, pantomime, dance, and acrobatics. It started in the late 18th century and became fully developed and recognized by the mid-19th century. During the Qing Dynasty court, it became extremely popular and came to be regarded as one of the cultural treasures of China. Peking Opera, sometimes called Beijing Opera, is one of the several kinds of opera found throughout China. It was established around 1970 when regional opera groups gathered in Beijing to perform for the emperor's birthday. As a result, a new style developed that combined elements of earlier regional forms. In Peking Opera, they have visual performance elements and utilize 4 main skills. First one, song. Second, speech. Third, dance acting. This includes pure dance, pantomime, and all other type of dance. And last is combat. It includes both acrobatics and fighting with all manner of weaponry. Aesthetics, aims, and principles of movement. The highest aim of performers in Peking Opera is to put beauty into every motion. Next is the art form. Gestures, settings, music, and character types are determined by long-held conventions. The last is conventions of movement. Walking in a large circle always symbolizes traveling a long distance. Character straightening his or her costume and headdress symbolizes that an important character is about to speak. Third, pantomimic opening and closing of doors and mounting and descending of stairs. Learners, I want you to observe again the picture. So what did you observe? Correct, that's the kabuki of Japan. Kabuki is a form of traditional Japanese drama with highly stylized song, mime, and dance, now performed only by male actors. Japanese originally a verb meaning act dissolutely, later interpreted as ka, it means song, bu, it means dance, and ki, it means art or skill. Kabuki theater is known for the stylization of its drama and for the elaborate makeup worn by some of its performers. Kabuki is therefore sometimes translated as the art of singing and dancing. Since the word kabuki is believed to derive from the verb kabubu, meaning to lean or to be out of ordinary, kabuki can be bizarre theater. The expression kabuki mono referred originally to those who were bizarrely dressed and paraded on a street. Kabuki is performed in full-day programs. Audiences escape from the day-to-day world, devoting a full day to entertainment. Though some individual plays, particularly the historical Jidai mono, might last an entire day, most were shorter and sequenced with other plays in order to produce a full-day program. The purpose of kabuki is to entertain and to allow the actors to demonstrate their skills. Next, I want you to observe the picture. What did you notice? Okay, very good. That's the wayang kulit of Indonesia. Wayang refer to kinds of puppet theaters. Sometimes, the puppet itself is referred to as wayang. Performances of shadow puppet theaters are accompanied by a gamelan orchestra in Java and by gender wayang in Bali. Wayang kulit or shadow puppets are without a doubt the best known of the Indonesian wayang. Kulit means skin and refers to the leather construction of the puppets that are carefully shaped with very fine tools and supported with carefully shaped buffalo horn, handles, and control rods. Aside from entertainment, the wayang kulit is an extremely important vehicle of culture, serving as a carrier of myth, morality play, and form of religious experience rolled into one. It also educates as well as abuse by portraying good and evil, with good always triumphing, although evil is never destroyed. In Hindu thought, good and evil are necessary parts of the whole and must exist in equilibrium. Observe the picture. So this time, what did you notice, class? Very good. The Nang shadow puppets of Thailand. Shadow puppet, in Thai it means Nang, was one form of public entertainment in the south of Thailand. It is still very popular at village festivals, temple fairs, and celebrations such as marriages. Its characters are made from intricately cut out and articulated shapes of leather. They are delicately colored, but this does not show during a performance, as the puppets appear only in shadow against a white sheet with light shining through from behind. They are manipulated with rods that control movements of the arms and legs. The performance in Nang are have a religious theme or have an episode from the Ramayana epic which contains dozens of individual stories. They may also be specially written to include up-to-the-minute reflections, songs, and poems about local events and matters of current interest in the district or country. Nang recites tales of the gods and contemporary people through stories of love, current events, and tradition. The shadow puppets used in the Nang represent the norms and mores of Thai society. Themes commonly seen in Nang performances include family conflict, fantastic adventures of a wandering hero, star-crossed lovers, and romantic tales. Hermits teaching magic to their apprentices, and abandoned children seeking love or seeking lost loved ones. The Nang attempts to relate to the audience the importance of Thai values and ideologies in a changing world. However, the mystical and historical events remain fundamental in all performances. The association with karma All actions have equal reactions, and the underlying message of rewards and punishment act as allegories for Buddhist morality and philosophy, and is usually performed during the country's dry season from February to August. There are hundreds of different characters, each with a distinctive shadow, but the show will almost always include a clown, funny old man, scotter, brain old woman, or rather stupid yokel, who are all great favorites with the fun-loving audiences. Next, observe the picture. So what did you notice this time? Very good. That's the Chinese New Year. So Chinese New Year is the longest and most important festivity in the Chinese calendar. The origin of Chinese New Year is itself centuries old and gained significance because of several myths and traditions. Chinese New Year is celebrated in countries and territories with significant Chinese populations. Chinese New Year's Eve, a day where Chinese families gather for their annual reunion dinner, is known as Shushi, or Eve of the Passing Year. People will pour out their money to buy presents, decoration, material, food, and clothing. Thoroughly cleanse the house in order to sweep away any ill fortune and to make way for good incoming luck. Another, windows and doors will be decorated with red color paper cuts and couplets with popular themes of good fortune or happiness, wealth, and longevity. On the eve of Chinese New Year, supper is a feast with families. Food will include such items as pigs, ducks, chicken, and sweet delicacies. The family will end the night with firecrackers. Next is the Dragon Dance. Dragon Dance is a form of traditional dance and performance in Chinese culture. The Dragon Dance is a highlight of Chinese New Year celebration held worldwide in Chinatowns around the world. The dragon symbolizes power, strength, and good luck. I hope you had fun in learning these topics. So I hope you are now ready for our assessment activity. Kindly turn your learning activity sheet to activity number 2. The title is Name Me. You can write the correct answer on the chat box or on a clean sheet of paper and send it to your Muppet teacher. Are you ready? Okay, let's begin. Question number 1. It is the Japanese traditional drama. Question number 2. Attempts to relate to the audience the importance of Thai values and ideologies in a changing world. Question number 3. It is the shadow puppet of Indonesia. Question number 4. The longest and most important festivity in the Chinese calendar. Question number 5. This opera is sometimes called Beijing Opera. Now, let's check your answer. For number 1, the answer is Kabuki. For number 2, the answer is Nang. For number 3, the answer is Wayang Kulit. For number 4, the answer is Chinese New Year. And for number 5, the answer or the correct answer is Peking Opera. Congratulations, you did great in your assessment. So let us now proceed to Philippine Festival. Philippines owns many festivals that have been celebrated throughout the year. Asking for the best, well, it is so hard to pick one. There are 2 types of festivals in Philippines. First is religious festival, being celebrated as thanksgiving to God as we give honor to a particular patron saint. The second one is non-religious festivals. These festivals focus on the cultural and heritage aspects of the country. It also promotes tourism and livelihood. There are some well-known festivals here in our country. In Pampanga, they celebrate the festival Giant Lantern. It is held during Christmas Eve in San Fernando, Pampanga, staging the beautiful display of giant lanterns handcrafted by locals and made to light up to the tune of lively music and fireworks. In Bulacan, they celebrated the festival Obando Fertility Rite. It's a dance ritual and Catholic festival celebrated every May in Obando, Bulacan. Locals and pilgrims dress in traditional costumes and perform fertility dance in the streets to honor their three patron saints, San Pascual, Santa Clara, and Our Lady of Salambao. Throughout the 3 days, devotees joyously dance in the streets as a form of prayer, asking for the spirit of life to enter into the wombs of women. While in Bataan, they celebrated the Banga Festival. It's a week-long event celebrated in the city of Balanga City. It is said that the name Balanga came from the word banga, the Tagalog term for pot used in cooking. The festival is celebrated alongside the Feast of Saint Joseph in April 28. The Banga Festival is celebrated to remind the Balangueños of their humble beginnings. While in Nueva Ecija, they celebrated the Taong Putik Festival. Taong Putik Festival is not just a merrymaking celebration. It is a religious ritual called Pag-asa or Pagsa sa San Juan, held every 24th day of June in the town of Aliaga, Nueva Ecija. It is celebrated to honor the patron saint, Saint John the Baptist. Panagbanga Festival is a month-long annual flower occasion in Baguio City. The term is of Kankanaye, origin meaning season of monkey. The festival held in February was created as a tribute to the city's flowers and as a way to rise up from the devastation of the 1990 Luzon earthquake. The festival includes floats that are covered mostly with flowers. The festival also includes street dancing, presented by dancers clad in flower-inspired costumes that is inspired by the Benjan and Ibaloy dance of celebration that came from the Cordilleras. The Atiatian Festival is a Philippine festival held annually in January in honor of the Santo Niño, Holy Child or Infant Jesus, in several towns of the province of Aklan, Panay Island. The festival consists of religious processions and street parades, showcasing team floats, dancing group wearing colorful costumes, marching bands, and people sporting face and body paints. Here in our province, Tarlac, we celebrated the Tarlak Festival. The Tarlak Festival takes its name from a variety of grass that is native to the Luzon area. The plant is celebrated with sumptuous pageantry that's characterized by school children dressed in grass-inspired costumes, who dance to the beat of traditional music. The Raikik Festival falls on the same day. That's the end of our discussion. Let us now summarize the lesson. Asian theaters and festivals are Peking Opera and Chinese New Year in China, Kabuki of Japan, Wayang Kulit of Indonesia, and Nang of Thailand. The two types of festivals are religious and non-religious festival. Examples of festivals in the Philippines are Giant Lantern Festival of Pampanga, Obando Fertility Rite of Bulacan, Banga Festival of Bataan, Taong Putik Festival of Nueva Ecija, Panagbanga Festival of Baguio, Atiatian Festival of Aklan, and Tarlak Festival of Tarlac. I hope you had fun in learning these topics. You are now ready for our next assessment activity. Again, you can write the correct answer on the chat box or on a clean sheet of paper and send it to your MAPE teacher. Are you ready? Okay, let's begin. For question number 1, this festival celebrated every May in Obando, Bulacan. Locals and pilgrims dress in traditional costumes and perform fertility dance in the streets to honor their three patron saints, San Pascual, Santa Clara, and Our Lady of Salambao. A. Banga Festival, B. Giant Lantern Festival, C. Obando Fertility Rite, or letter D. Taong Putik Festival. Question number 2. This festival was created to give tribute to the city's flowers and as a way to rise up from the devastation of the 1990 Luzon earthquake. A. Tarlak Festival, B. Giant Lantern Festival, C. Panagbanga Festival, or letter D. Taong Putik Festival. Question number 3. This festival, held annually in January in honor of the Santo Niño or Holy Child or Infant Jesus, in several towns of the province of Aklan, Panay Island. A. Malatarlac Festival. B. Giant Lantern Festival. C. Panagbanga Festival. Or letter D. Ati-Atihan Festival. Question number 4. This festival, staging the beautiful display of giant lanterns handcrafted by locals and made to light up to the tune of lively music and fireworks. A. Malatarlac Festival. B. Giant Lantern Festival. C. Panagbanga Festival. Or letter D. Ati-Atihan Festival. Question number 5. This festival is celebrated to remind the Balangueños of their humble beginnings. A. Banga Festival. B. Giant Lantern Festival. C. Obando Fertility Rite. Or letter D. Taong Putik Festival. Okay, so time's up. Let's now check your answers. For number 1, the answer is letter C. Obando Fertility Rite. For number 2, the answer is letter C. Panagbanga Festival. For number 3, the answer is letter D. Ati-Atian Festival. For number 4, the answer is letter B. Giant Lantern Festival. And for number 5, the correct answer is letter A. Banga Festival. Congratulations everyone, you did great in your assessment. Let us now proceed to your performance. So for our performance, the title is Emotion Orchestra. For the direction, actually this activity is ideal for a group of 8 to 10 students. One student, perhaps the drama instructor or group leader, serve as the orchestra conductor. The rest of the performers should stand in rows as though they were musicians in an orchestra. However, instead of having a string section or a brass section, the conductor will create emotion sections. Each section will create facial expressions, sounds, and simple movements that are well presented in their respective emotion. The conductor will guide the group, especially in changing emotions. Performers must make certain that they pay attention to the conductor. The group can also use instruments. For the rubric of the performance, the criteria are cooperation, presentation, creativity, and behavior. So let's all watch the sample video. That's all for today. And if you have questions or clarifications about our lesson, you can send your questions through my messenger or to your MAPE teacher. And don't forget to send your emotion orchestra video. I hope you learned and enjoyed our lesson. I am Teacher Jenny saying, art is not for aesthetic purposes only. Art can be a way to show your emotions and thoughts in life. Until next time, and keep safe everyone.
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino sumasahim papawid sa DWPR 1296 Dagupan, DZTC 828 Tarlac, DZLT 1188 Lucena, DZYM 1539 Mindoro, DWRL 1080 Legazpi, DWRN 657 Naga, DYRB 540 Cebu, DYRL 1035 Bacolod, DYRN 1134 Dumaguete, DXCO 1044 Cagayan de Oro, DXGS 765 General Santos, DXOC 1494 Ozamis, DXOW 981 Davao at Radio Filipino Podcast Center Manila. Ito ang kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino, napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama katuwang Kapinoy. Kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya, nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTC 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam, we are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZTC 828, Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
This is Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo, here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, and via Facebook Live, simulcast over DZTC 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac. Aloha, Grade 9! This is your language detective, Ma'am Mira. Together, let's investigate the universal language and see the world in a different perspective. This afternoon, you will be my co-detectives. So, get ready as we explore our fourth quarter Most Essential Learning Competency. Relay, value judgment on critical issues that demand sound analysis and call for prompt actions. Join me in targeting the following objectives. First, identify the parts and features of a reaction paper. Second, let's distinguish the sub-processes in writing an effective reaction paper. And lastly, we intend to write a reaction paper based on the given prompt. Stay tuned and be alert in gathering helpful clues for this case. In the last episode in English 9, you had an interesting discussion with Sir Jeremiah regarding summary language. Do you still remember the considerations in writing summary? Let's see. Join me in a simple recap through Activity 1 entitled You Complete Me. Supply the missing words in the following considerations in writing a summary. Here are your choices. First, supporting points, main idea, introductory sentence, original text, plagiarism, grammatical mistakes. Number 1. A summary should be 1/3 of the blank. If your answer is original text, you are correct. Next, start the summary with the blank that states the text title, author, main idea, or the subject. High five if your answer is introductory sentence. Number 3. The blank is the central or most important idea in a paragraph or passage. Excellent if your choice is main idea. Number 4. Write down the blank for the main topic, but do not include minor detail. Yes, you got it right. This pertains to the supporting points. Last number. To avoid blank, it is essential to properly paraphrase the author's ideas. Do not copy and paste parts of the article,
not even just a sentence or two? The answer is plagiarism. Wow! For those who got 5 out of 5. If you got less than 3, well, you can watch again the video lesson on TarlakHenyo page. At this point, I'm sure you are now ready for our lesson. Make sure to jot down notes as you listen in our discussion. For today, we will explore the common academic task, not just in the English subject, but in all learning areas. You may have already encountered being asked by your teacher to read a book, or an article, or watch a TV show, or a film, and to write a paper regarding your response or reaction to that material. This is what we call reaction paper, also called as review, critic, or response paper. It is a popular task for learners like you because it requires thoughtful reading, research, and writing. It will require you to analyze a prompt, then develop a commentary related to it. The prompt can be a reading material, including stories, essays, and poem, or a form of media as either pictures, songs, movies, or video clips. The sub-processes in writing an effective reaction paper are these 3 stages. We have pre, free, and write. In the pre-writing stage, we need to accomplish the following tasks. Plan the content of your paper by making a draft. Read the material thoroughly. Research and analyze the given data, information, and/or opinions. And evaluate your stand and point of view about the given prompt. Let's proceed to free writing stage. Free write your reactions and evaluations of the author's ideas. Ready your gathered quotations and evidence that will support your thesis. Explain the greater implications of the text for the class, author, audience, or yourself. And lastly, eliminate unnecessary parts of your draft. Examine the criteria in rating your output. After accomplishing the stages for preparation and practice, we can now start the actual writing stage. Write your intro, body, and conclusion. Restate the words from the original text by paraphrasing, which means to express the meaning of the writer or speaker using different words, especially to achieve greater clarity. Improve by including the 5 C's of good writing: clarity, conciseness, coherence, correctness, and courtesy in your writing style. Transcribe the parts from the material. You may also use quotations in the summary, but do not rely on them too much. Use them only to emphasize your ideas. Don't forget to properly cite your references. Edit or proofread your paper for errors in grammar, mechanics, punctuation, word use, and spelling. In writing a response or reaction paper, you are expected to do 2 things. Summarize the material and detail your reaction to it. A reaction paper consists of the same parts as argumentative text. Do you remember the IBC? Yes, that stands for Intro, Body, and Conclusion. But this time, remember the following content of IBC. In writing the reaction paper, intro is for the summary of the work. Body, your reaction. Conclusion, it's your finale. In summarizing the work, do the following. First, identify the author and the title of the work, including, in the parentheses, the publisher and publication date. For magazine, give the date of publication. Write an informative summary of the material. Keep the summary objective and factual. Do not include the first paragraph, the paper of your personal reaction to the work. Your subjective impression will form as the basis for your second part. At the end of the introduction, you should write your thesis statement. This is the idea for which you created in the article. The thesis statement consists of 1 to 2 sentences. Now, for the meatiest part, let's consider the following. Start each body paragraph with a topic sentence, and then develop your thoughts further. This will remind the reader what your article is about, if he is thinking about something else. Select sources, quotes, real-life examples, and divide these arguments into 3 paragraphs. If you are using quotes from the original text, be careful to make sure that the phrases are accurately rephrased. Otherwise, you will be accused of plagiarism. To be specific, what are the things you need to put in your body? You can answer the following questions. First, how is the work related to problems in our present-day world? Communicate with your teacher to see if he or she wants to emphasize specific points. Number 2, how is the material related to your life, experiences, feelings, and ideas? For instance, what emotions did the work arouse in you? 3, did the work increase your understanding of a particular issue? Did it change your perspective in any way? You should also indicate here whether you would recommend the work to others and why. Here is the simple body structure: key idea, evidence, analysis, and transition. A conclusion is the last paragraph of your paper. In here, you can reformulate the thesis and remind the reader what you were trying to prove or disprove. Then, point in the evidence which you managed to collect. Do not write new information in the conclusion, as your conclusion will look incomplete. Advise the reader whether to pay attention to your subject that you were evaluating. Share what kind of aftertaste you have gained. Also, you can ask a rhetorical question at the end that will make the reader ponder over your words. Let's see if you have gained clues on how to write a reaction paper. In Activity 2 entitled Just Do It, write. Analyze the following statements and write do if it states a principle in writing a reaction paper. Otherwise, write don't. Let's start. Number 1. Before writing, read or watch the material thoroughly to understand the main point and context of the author or the speaker. The answer is do. Number 2. Summarize the text elaborately instead of analyzing the material presented. The answer is don't. Remember, summary is only for introduction, while in the body, it is important to give your analysis. 3. Draft an outline of ideas first before writing your reaction paper. Correct! We need to do a draft of your outline. 4. Include the title of the text or video in your introduction, together with its author or speaker, to start the focus of your paper. Yes, this is a must-do. 5. Mix variety of ideas and opinions in a single paragraph. Don't mix your ideas. Be coherent. Remember, use transitional words. 6. Support your explanation with examples and citations. Yes, do this. 7. Copy the exact words from the author or the speaker. Oh no! Don't copy the exact words. Always paraphrase and summarize. Next, use evidence that will support the stand of the speaker or author and disregard your arguments and opinions. Oops! Don't forget that your stand is important. Give your reactions. 9. Write a long and detailed reaction paper for at least 10 pages. Don't write too long. Be concise. 10. Proofread your reaction paper several times to check unnoticed language mistakes and content errors. Do this because the lesser the mistakes, the higher the grade. Now let's move on to Activity 3 entitled, Which Part Am I? Classify the following paragraphs of a reaction paper. Write I for intro, B for body, and C for conclusion. Number 1. Chris Columbus is precisely the director who truly believes in it and shoots on this principle. None of the films I watched disappointed me. Harry Potter is one of his best works. Number 2. J.K. Rowling has written a perfect piece for children of all ages, taking a particular focus on adolescents. The franchise is ranked number 1 on the most profitable film series with $7.7 billion in worldwide profit. Harry Potter is a living confirmation of the idea that success of a film does not depend in the director's fame, but on the attitude to the case to what he creates. 3. Columbus treated the book with due diligence and adequately transferred the images of all main characters and antagonists to the screen. Based on the book, he made a perfect film for the whole family to watch. 4. Harry Potter dragged us for a whole decade, and it will be reviewed by more than one generation of children many times because they believed and found a hero for their entire childhood. I recommend that you familiarize yourself with the book and the movie to get an incredible pleasure. Number 5. Besides, he supplemented the movie with good music. The soundtrack is almost everything for the film. The impression is made not only by the look and background, but also by the music. The sound effects in Harry Potter are perfectly combined. Let's check your answers! Number 1, B. 2, I. 3, B. 4 is C. And last number, that's B. Good job, everyone! For our activity 4, lights, camera, action! Listen thoroughly and analyze the text that I will read. Afterwards, write a reaction paper. You will present your output by making an advocacy video with a voiceover of your composition. Are you ready? Let's begin. In the 1940s, psychologists Kenneth and Mamie Clark designed and conducted a series of experiments known colloquially as the doll tests to study the psychological effects of segregation on African American children. Drs. Clark used 4 dolls, identical except for color, to test children's racial perceptions. Their subjects, children between ages of 3 to 7, were asked to identify both the race of the dolls and which color they prefer. A majority of the children preferred the white doll and assigned positive characteristics to it. The Clarks concluded that prejudice, discrimination, and segregation created a feeling of inferiority among African American children, and it damaged their self-esteem. The doll test was only one part of Dr. Clark's testimony in Brown versus Ford. It did not constitute the largest portion of his analysis and expert report. His conclusions during his testimony were based on a comprehensive analysis of this most cutting-edge psychology scholarship of the period. You may also watch the video Doll Test: The Effects of Racism on Children by fanpage.it. Remember to target the presented criteria in evaluating your work. Contact your subject teachers regarding the submission of your advocacy video. If you feel that you would like to watch this video lesson again, please do so. If you have questions, do not hesitate to ask your English teachers. They are more willing to assist you. Before we end this session, allow me to share this quotation from Charles R. Swindoll. Life is 10% what happens to you and 90% how you react to it. This has been a fun learning experience. I am grateful that I have you today. This is Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac. Once again, this is Ma'am Mira of Cristo Rey High School, your English 9 teacher broadcaster. Leaving you with this, let's see the world in a beautiful perspective. Stay safe and may God bless us all.
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay. Ito ang Kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino, napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga, kasama katuwang Kapinoy. Kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino.
Ginunita kamakailan ang mga aktibidad na inihanda ng Provincial Government of Tarlac para sa selebrasyon ng ika-150th founding anniversary ng probinsya ng Tarlac. Sa paunguna ni Governor Susan Yap at Vice Governor Carlito Casado David, ginanap ang unveiling at presentation ng Tarlac 150 commemorative stamp sa bulwagan ng mga gobernador Provincial Capitol Building. Kasabay nito ay ginanap ang tree planting ng 150 native trees sa Jose V. Yap Sports and Recreational Complex. Nagkaroon din ng Thanksgiving Mass kung saan isa sa mga panauhin si former Senator Bam Aquino. Dagdag pa rito, isinagawa rin ng isang press conference kung saan ipinaliwanag ni na Mr. Arsenio Baby Lugay ng Tarlac Tourism Office, Professor Lino Dizon, Commissioner ng National Historical Commission of the Philippines, Vice Governor Carlito Casado David at Governor Susan Yap ang kahalagahan ng pagdiriwang at pagkilala sa probinsya ng Tarlac para sa ika-150th anniversary nito, maging ang pagbabalik tanaw sa kasaysayan ng probinsya. Kasabay nito, ibinigay din sa 150 na beneficiaries ang land titles sa pangunguna ng Provincial Government of Tarlac at DENR. Samantala, nagpakitang gilas naman sina Carol Velo, Vim Nadera, Joey Ayala, Ivan Neri, Sandino Martin at Ana Luna sa ginanap na cultural show. Habang nagbigay saya naman ang bandang Ben and Ben sa Maria Cristina Park sa pagtanghal ng kanilang mga hit songs. Lahat ng ito ay parte ng selebrasyon ng anibersaryo ng probinsya ng Tarlac. Tinanggap kamakailan ng 7 Agrarian Reform Beneficiary Organizations sa Tarlac ang mga kagamitan na magagamit sa kanilang pagtatanim na tinatayang nagkakahalaga ng 4.3 million pesos mula sa Department of Agrarian Reform o DAR. Ang mga kagamitan na ito ay organic fertilizers, farm machineries at equipment. Ani ng DAR, ang mga kagamitan na ito ay upang ma-improve ang productivity at antas ng pamumuhay ng 462 Agrarian Reform Beneficiary members. Ayon kay Marie Louis P. Cabantac, Provincial Agrarian Reform Program Officer, ang mga FME na ito ay bahagi ng Major Crop-Based Block Farm Productivity Enhancement Project sa ilalim ng Climate Resilient Farm Productivity Support at Sustainable Livelihood Support for Disaster-Affected Areas ng DAR. Ang mga arbos na nakatanggap ng kagamitan ay mula sa Santa Ignacia, Concepcion, Pura, San Jose at La Paz. Nagkaroon naman ng trust agreement sa pagitan ng mga kinatawan at pangulo ng bawat organisasyon para sa maayos na operasyon at pagpapanatili ng makinarya. Pinangunahan ni Tarlac 2nd District Congressman Christian Yap ang ginanap na inauguration kamakailan ng bagong covered court ng Barangay San Miguel, Tarlac City. Ang covered court na ito ay gagamitin ng barangay sa mga programa at aktibidad na gaganapin sa kanilang lugar. Kasabay nito, ang pagsagawa ng medical mission para sa mga retirees mula sa Armed Forces of the Philippines o AFP at Philippine National Police. Ani ni Congressman Yap, ang isinagawang medical mission ay bilang pasasalamat sa kanilang serbisyo sa bayan.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagmumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Isrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa.
Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province. Hatid sa inyo ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26, Converge Cable Channel 100 at DCTC 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. Magandang araw! Narito na naman tayo, nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi na maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Kumusta na kayo mga ginigilo ko mag-aral sa ika-9 na baitang? Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyong masithing pagpupunyagi sa patuloy na pag-aaral sa himpapawid upang matuto sa kabila ng hamon ng pagkakataon ang COVID-19 pandemic. Ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan 9, Ginang Marites Di Bumanlag, broadcasting live mula dito sa Capas National High School. Narito ako upang samahan at gabayan kayong maunawaan ang nilalaman ng ating aralin na may kinalaman sa suliranin sa sektor ng agrikultura. Tayo pa din ay napapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26, Converge Cable Channel 100 at sabayang napapakinggan sa himpilan ng DCTC 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. Tayo din ay live ngayon sa FB page ng RTV Channel 26 at sa kanilang YouTube channel. Bago pa man tayo magsimula sa ating talakayan, ay narito ang iilang mga paalala. Siguraduhin ninyong nasa isang lugar kayo ngayon na komportable at maayos na napapanood at napapakinggan ang ating remote live broadcast. Matanong ko lang, nagmerienda na ba kayo? Mabuti naman, dahil nararapat lamang na may laman ang iyong tiyan upang mas maging alerto ang inyong pag-iisip at maayos na maunawaan ang ating aralin sa araw na to. Sa puntong ito, nais kong kunin ninyo ang inyong mga modules sa Araling Panlipunan para sa ika-4 na linggo at ika-4 na markahan. Ang Module 4 ay may pamagat na suliranin sa sektor ng agrikultura. Ihanda na rin natin ang inyong mga ballpen at sulatang papel upang maitala ninyo ang mga mahalagang impormasyon o konsepto na aking nabanggit. Ang ating paksang aralin ay patungkol sa suliranin sa sektor ng agrikultura. Bago tayo magsimula sa ating paksa ngayong araw, ay alalahanin muna natin ang ating naging aralin noong nakaraang episode. Natatandaan pa ba ninyo? Mahusay! Una, ang agrikultura ay pangunahing pinagkukunan ng pagkain. Pangalawa, pinagkukunan ng material para makabuo ng bagong produkto. Pangatlo, pinagkukunan ng kitang panlabas. Pang-apat, pangunahing nagbibigay ng trabaho sa mga Pilipino. At pang-lima, pinagkukunan ng sobrang manggagawa mula sa sektor agrikultural patungo sa sektor ng industriya at paglilingkod. Sa pangkalahatan, pinapakita nito na ang sektor ng agrikultura ay isang mahalagang tagapagtaguyod ng ekonomiya ng bansa, katuwang ng pamahalaan sa pagpapalakas at pagtugon sa mga pangunahing pangailangan ng mamamayan, mula sa pagkain hanggang sa mga sangkap sa produksyon. At ngayon, sa palagay ko ay handa na ang ating bagong paksa para sa araw na to. Inaasahan din natin na pagkatapos ng aralin nito ay inyong masusuri ang mga dahilan at epekto ng suliranin ng sektor ng agrikultura, pangingisda at panggugubat. Ito ay nakaangkla sa ating Most Essential Learning Competency at may code na AP9 MSP-4D-7. Sa lahat po ng mga magulang at mag-aaral sa ika-9 na baitang na nanonood at nakikinig sa ating broadcast, kung kayo po ay may katanungan o nais linawin ukol sa ating paksa ngayong araw, maaari kayo magbigay ng inyong mga mensahe sa ating messenger. I-type lamang po ang facebook.com/marites.bumanlag at maaari din kayong tumawag o mag-text sa numerong 0968-4644-215. Uulitin ko po, ang numerong maaari niyong tawagan ay 0968-4644-215. Sa puntong ito, tayo ay magsisimula na. Ihanda ang malinis na papel at ballpen para sa ating panimulang pagtataya. Huwag kayong mag-alala. Susubukan lang natin sa pagsusulit nito kung gaano na karami ang inyong kaalaman sa ikaapat na ito upang gaano na karami yung sa ikaapat na markahan. Handa na ba kayo? Kung lahat ay handa na, atin nang simulan ang panimulang pagtataya. Para sa panuto, isulat ang titik ng tamang sagot. Para sa ating unang bilang, isang pangunahing suliraning kinakaharap ng sektor ng agrikultura ay ang pagkabulok o madaling pagkasira ng kanilang mga ani o produktong agrikultural. Bakit nangyayari ito? Letter A, kawalan ng mga mamimili sa pamilihan. Letter B, likas sa mga Pilipino ang pagiging tamad. Letter C, hindi marunong mag-imbak ang mga magsasaka. At letter D, kawalan ng maayos na daan patungo sa pamilihan. Kung ang inyong sagot ay titikta, tama. Para sa pangalawang bilang, maraming mga magsasaka ang huminto na lamang sa pagsasaka at kalaunan ay pinagbili ang kanilang mga lupang pansakahan upang maging bahagi ng subdivision. Alin sa mga sumusunod ang hindi kabilang na naging dahilan ng mga magsasaka? Letter A, climate change. Letter B, pagdagsa ng mga dayuhang kalakal. Letter C, pagpasok ng pamahalaan sa World Trade Organization or WTO. At letter D, nahihirapang tapatan ang presyo ng mga murang produkto ng ibang bansa. Kung ang inyong sagot ay A, binabati ko kayo. Pangatlo, ano ang kailangang gawin upang matugunan ang suliranin sa pagliit ng lupang pansakahan? Pinamimigay ng mga magsasaka ang ilang bahagi ng kagubatan. Letter B, pagbibigay ng suporta sa mga magsasaka na may lupang sakahan. Letter C, pagbuo ng isang polisiya na nagbabawal sa pagbebenta ng mga lupa. At letter D, kinakailangang mapalakas ang pagiging produktibo ng mga natitirang lupa. Ang tamang sagot kung ang sinagot nyo ay letter B, tama. At para sa ating panglimang bilang, mabilis na nauubos ang likas na yaman dahil sa pangangailangan sa mga hilaw na sangkap sa produksyon. Alin sa mga sumusunod ang hindi nagpapakita ng maraming maaaring maging bunga nito? Letter A, pagkawala ng kagubatan. Letter B, nagdudulot ng pagguho ng lupa. Letter C, pag-unlad ng ekonomiya ng bansa dahil sa mataas na produksyon. At letter D, nawawalan ng tirahan ng mga hayop dahil hindi sila nakapagpaparami. Kung ang iyong sagot ay letter C, binabati kita. Ilan ang nakuha mong tamang sagot? 5, 4, 3. Huwag kang mag-alala. Dahil sa araw na ito, pag-aaralan natin ang iba't ibang uri o suliranin sa sektor ng agrikultura. Halina't simulan natin ang ating aralin sa suliranin sa sektor ng agrikultura. Ang sektor ng agrikultura ay isang mahalagang tagapagtaguyod ng ekonomiya ng bansa. Katuwang ito ng pamahalaan sa pagpapalakas at pagtugon sa mga pangunahing pangailangan ng mamamayan mula sa pagkain hanggang sa mga sangkap ng produksyon. Ang kasiguraduhang sapat, ang kalakasang pisikal at kasaganaan sa bawat tahanan ay maaaring may positibong epekto sa isang bansa. Samantala, kung hihigit sa pangailangan ng bayan ang magagawa, maaari itong maging mga produkto na ikakalakal sa labas ng bansa. Sa gayon, ang sektor ay magiging isang matibay na sandigan ng bayan upang makamit ang inaasam at kaunlaran. Ang bansang Pilipinas ay isang bansang agrikultural. Ang panguna isa sa pangunahing kinabubuhay ng bansa ay nagmumula sa sektor ng agrikultura. Lubhang napakahalaga nito sa pag-aambag sa ating pambansang kaunlaran. Ngunit hindi na may papagkaila na mayroong kaakibat na suliraning kinakaharap ang ating mga magsasaka at mangingisda sa ating bansa. Malaki ang kontribusyon ng agrikultura sa ating pambansang ekonomiya. Para sa taong 2018, ang 9.28% ng kabuuang kita ng ekonomiya ay nagmumula sa sektor na ito. Sa pangkalahatan, kung ating titignan ang talahanayan 1 sa inyong screen, makikita ang naging kontribusyon ng agrikultura sa kita ng bansa sa iba't ibang panahon. Gayunman, kapuna-puna mula rito ang mabagal na pag-unlad kung ikukumpara sa sektor ng industriya at paglilingkod. Sa pagsasaka, ating suriin ang ilan sa mga suliranin. Una ay ang pagliit ng lupang pansakahan. Ang patuloy na paglaki ng populasyon, paglawak ng panirahan, komersyo at industriya ay nagdudulot ng pagliit ng mga takdang lupain para sa pagsasaka. Dahil dito, kinakailangang mapalakas ang pagiging produktibo ng mga natitirang lupain sa agrikultura upang makagapay sa patuloy na paglobo ng populasyon ng bansa na nasa 108.8 million noong 2019 mula sa tadya ng Commission on Population. Kaakibat ng suliraning ito ang konversyon o pagpalit ng mga kagubatan at kabundukan upang maging pansakahan na magiging dahilan ng pagkasira ng natural na tahanan o natural habitat ng mga hayop at halaman. Ang ganitong sistema ay nakapagdudulot o higit pang mga suliranin kung hindi magkakaisa ang mamamayan at pamahalaan na mapabuti ang kalagayan ng ating kapaligiran. Ikalawa ay ang paggamit ng teknolohiya. Ang kakayahang mapataas ang produksyon ng lupa ay higit na makakamit sa pamamagitan ng paggamit ng teknolohiya. Ang makabagong kaalaman sa paggamit ng mga pataba, pamuksa ng peste at makabagong teknolohiya sa pagtatanim ay magiging kapaki-pakinabang lalo na sa hamon ng lumalaking populasyon. Ayon kay Sherito Habito, noong 2005, ang kakulangan ng pamahalaan ay nabumabalangkas ng isang polisiya na nagbibigay daan sa isang kapaligirang angkop sa pagpapalakas ng ating agrikultura sa antas ng teknolohiya sa sektor ng agrikultura ay nangangailangan ng agarang atensyon ng pamahalaan. Ikatlo naman ay ang kakulangan ng mga pasilidad at infrastruktura sa kabukiran. Isa rin sa mga dapat na mabigyan ng atensyon ay ang mga kakulangan sa mga infrastrukturang magagamit sa ating mga magsasaka. Ang Batas Republika 8435 Agricultural and Fisheries Modernization Act of 1997 ay naghahangad ng modernisasyon sa maraming aspeto ng sektor upang makasiguro ang pag-unlad nito. Inaasahang sa wastong pagpapatupad ay matutugunan ng ilang suliranin sa irigasyon, farm-to-market road at iba pa. Sa panahon ng panunungkulan ni Pangulong Rodolfo R. Duterte, ang pamahalaan ay nakapagsagawa ng mga kalsada at iba pang kaugnay na proyektong nagkakahalaga ng 909.7 bilyon. May halos 10,000 kilometro ang mga kalsada ang natapos at nakumpleto ng umupo siya bilang presidente simula Hunyo 2016. Ika-4 ay ang kakulangan ng suporta mula sa iba pang sektor. Ang pagtutulungan sa loob ng at labas ng sektor ay magtutulak upang higit na maging matatag ang agrikultura. Ayon sa Batas Republika 8435, ang pagtutulungan ng iba't ibang ahensya ng pamahalaan ay binibigyan diin bilang suporta sa implementasyon ng modernisasyon sa agrikultura. Ang pagsusulong sa mga batas na ito ay isang pagkilala sa napakaraming pangangailangan maaaring hindi kayanin ng departamento ng mag-isa. Ang suliranin sa irigasyon, enerhiya, komunikasyon, impormasyon at edukasyon ay mga tungkulin na may bibigay ng mga ahensya ang mga paunahing responsibilidad ay tungkol sa mga nabanggit. Halimbawa, ang Land Bank of the Philippines ay partikular na makakatulong upang makapagpautang sa mga magsasaka. Upang matugunan ang mga pangunahing pangailangan sa pagtatanim tulad ng gastusin sa abono, butil at iba pa. Isa pang nagiging suliranin ay ang pagbibigay prioridad sa sektor ng industriya. Isa sa mga nagpapahina ng kalagayan ng agrikultura ayon kina Habito at Briones noong 2005 ay naging prioridad ng pamahalaan ang pagbibigay ng proteksyon sa mga favored import sa pandaigdigang pamilihan. Ito ay nabanggit din sa website sa oxfordbusinessgroup.com. Ang kawalan at pagbibigay ng bigat sa industriya ang paghina sa agrikultura. Mas binibigyan ng pamahalaan ng maraming proteksyon ang mga nangangalaga ng industriya. Dahil dito, nawawalan ng mga manggagawa at mamumuhunan sa sektor ng agrikultura. Mas pipiliin pa nila ang pumunta sa industriya dahil sa mga insentibo rito na nagbunga sa pagbaba ng produksyon at kita sa agrikultura. Number 6, pagdagsa ng mga dayuhang kalakal. Isang malaking kompetisyon ang kasalukuyang hinaharap naman sa dulot ng pagdagsa ng mga dayuhang kalakal. Maraming magsasakang nahihirapang makipaglaban sa presyo ng mga murang produkto mula sa ibang bansa. Bunga ito ng pagpasok ng pamahalaan sa World Trade Organization or WTO, kung saan madaling nakapasok ang mga produktong mula sa miyembro nito. Dahil dito, maraming magsasaka ang naapektuhan, huminto, at kalaunan ay pinagbili na lamang nila ang kanilang mga lupa upang maging bahagi ng subdivision. Ang pito ay ang climate change. Ang patuloy na epekto ng climate change ay lubhang nakaapekto sa bansa tulad ng pagdating ng bagyong Yolanda na may pambihirang lakas noong 2013. Milyon-milyong piso ang halaga ng mga nasirang kabuhayan at personal na mga gamit. Maaaring mabawasan ang epekto ng pagbabagong ito sa klima ng mundo kung magkakaisa ang mga bansang iwasan ang mga dahilan, pagpapadala at pagbabago ng klima sa mundo. Ngayon ay pag-usapan naman natin ang isa sa pinaka-pinag-uusapang naipasang batas noong 2019, ang Rice Tarification Law. Ano nga ba ang Rice Tarification Law? Republic Act or RA number 11203 or Rice Tarification Law passed last February 2019 aims to modernize the agricultural sector as a way of making the sector globally competitive. Under the law, it permits the entry of imported rice while imposing a tariff which varies depending on the volume of imported goods. At bilang karagdagang impormasyon, ukol sa usaping ito, ating siyasatin ang maraming epekto nito. Narito ang CP ng isang balita mula sa GMA News TV. Halina't ating basahin. Epekto ng Rice Tarification Law ng Pilipinas, published September 10, 2019 at 3:45 p.m. Kung rice is life para sa mga Pinoy, mas lalo na raw para sa mga kababayan nating nagsasakang nagtatanim ng palay. Pero tila kung sino pa ang nagpapakahirap na magkaroon tayo ng maisasayang na bigas, ang nadedehado raw dahil sa Rice Tarification Law or RTL na pinirmahan ni Pangulong Duterte noong Pebrero. Yung pong sakit ng katawan namin, hindi namin nararamdaman dahil sanay na kami doon. Pero yung presyo ng palay, kung yung pong masyado naming iniinda na sobrang baba. Ani Ferdinand Santos, 25. 5 taon nang nagsasaka sa Bulacan. Kwento ni Ferdinand, mula 19 pesos hanggang 20 pesos na bentahan kada kilo ng palay noong 2018, bumagsak ito sa 9 hanggang 10 piso pagpasok ng Pebrero ngayong taon. Sa ilang lugar, dumaustos pa nga ng 7 piso kada kilo ang bentahan. Hinaing ni Ferdinand, kaming nauna na nagpursige na magtanim ng palay para may maihain sa sambayanang Pilipino, kami pa yung naunang magdusa. Dahil dito, posible na raw na siya na ang huling magsasaka sa kanilang pamilya dahil mas gugustuhin pa ng kanyang anak na ibenta ang kanilang lupa. Ayon sa Department of Agriculture Undersecretary Rodolfo Becerra, sa patuloy na implementasyon ng batas, mararamdaman ng mga magsasaka ang ginhawa lalo na sa pag-roll out ng Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund o RCEF. Sa dulong daw ng 10 bilyon kada taon na budget ng RCEF, mabibigyan ng mga makinarya, binhi at mga pautang ang mga magsasaka. Pero ano ang kasiguraduhan ng maayos na implementasyon nito? Ayon kay Dr. Rosemary Tapik, Chairperson ng Department of Crops sa Central Luzon State University at isa ring rice farmer, minsan lang siyang nakatanggap ng tulong mula sa Department of Agriculture. Swerte raw siya na may isa pa siyang trabaho. Pero paano ang iba na mga magsasaka na wala ng ibang inaasahan? Number 1, gutom nga ba ang abot ng mga magsasaka dahil sa rice tarification? Pangalawa, sapat ba ang 35% ng taripa para sa imported na bigas para maproteksyonan ang mga magsasakang Pilipino? Number 3, may kinabukasan pa ba ang pagtatanim ng palay sa Pilipinas? Yan ay ilan lamang sa katanungang maaari niyong sagutin ukol sa rice tarification law. At syempre, isumiti po ninyo sa inyong mga guro sa Araling Panlipunan 9. Naway matanggap ng bawat magsasakang Pilipino ang kanilang mga benepisyo na itinakda ng batas upang higit pa nilang mapaunlad ang kanilang lupang sinasaka. Nawa, ang susunod na henerasyon ay mananatiling maalab ang pagmamahal sa sektor ng agrikultura. Dito na muna nagtatapos ang ating talakayan patungkol sa mga suliranin sa sektor ng agrikultura. Pero para makasiguro ako na kayo ay talagang nakinig at naunawaan ang ating talakayan, ay magkakaroon tayo ng maikling gawain. Ihanda na ninyo ang inyong mga ballpen at sagutang papel. Piliin ang tamang titik at itala ito sa sagutang papel. Ulitin ko po, piliin ang titik ng pinakatamang sagot at itala ito sa inyong sagutang papel. Para sa unang bilang, sina Mang Pedring, Mang Tomas at Mang Ador ay ilan lamang sa mga magsasaka nagbenta ng kanilang lupang pansakahan na naging bahagi ng subdivision. Alin sa mga sumusunod na hindi kabilang na naging dahilan nila sa pagkawala ng kanilang interes sa pagsasaka? A. Climate change. B. Pagdagsa ng mga dayuhang kalakal. C. Pagpasok ng pamahalaan sa World Trade Organization or WTO. At letter D. Nahihirapang makipaglaban sa presyo ng produkto ng mga ibang bansa. Kung ang inyong sagot ay letter A, tama ka. Pagka sa ating pangalawang bilang, ang Batas Republika bilang 8435 ay maaaring tumugon sa A. Suliranin sa climate change. B. Lumalaking populasyon ng bansa. C. Kakulangan sa infrastruktura at pasilidad sa kabukiran. At letter D. Suliranin sa irigasyon, enerhiya, komunikasyon at edukasyon. Ang tamang ko ang sagot ninyo ay letter C. Binabati kita. Number 3. Ang pagbibigay ng bigat sa industriya ang nagpapahina sa agrikultura. Isa itong suliranin ng sektor ng agrikultura na nangangahulugang ng A. Kahinaan ng sektor ng agrikultura. B. Kawalan ng pag-asa sa sektor ng agrikultura. C. Pagbibigay prioridad sa pamahalaan sa sektor ng industriya. At letter D. Paghina ng agrikultura dahil walang proteksyon mula sa pamahalaan. Kung ang inyong sagot ay letter C, pinabati kita. Okay, lubos ang aking pagbati sa inyo dahil confident ako na nakuha kayo ng perfect score. So, palakpakan naman natin ang inyong mga sarili. Sa ating susunod na talakayan, ang ating aalamin ang suliranin sa agrikultura, partikular sa panggugubat o kagubatan at mga batas sa sektor ng agrikultura. Inaasahan ko na kayo ay natuto sa ating talakayan sa araw na to. Mula, ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 9, Mrs. Marites Di Bumanlag, na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Hanggang sa muli!
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay. Ito ang Kabahagi Mo Radyo Pilipino, napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga, kasama katuwang Kapinoy. Kabahagi Mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Itinuro sa mga benepisyaryo ng Municipal Social Welfare and Development Office o MSWD sa Ramos Tarlac ang paggawa ng tinapay. Sa pangunguna ng Department of Trade and Industry Tarlac, katuwang MSWD ng Ramos at Negosyo Center ng Bayan, isinagawa kamakailan ang skills training sa paggawa ng tinapay at kung paano magsisimula ng negosyo mula rito. Ipinaliwanag ni Business Counselor Joanna Obena ang kahalagahan ng pagpasok sa negosyo. Mga makukuha rito, ang risk na kalakip nito, mga kinakailangan at hakbang na gagawin sa pagpaparehistro at ang iba pang mga programa ng DTI na makakatulong sa kanila. Itinuro naman ni Mr. Danilo Gakusan ang proseso ng paggawa ng cheese bread, donuts, pandesal, hopya at iba pa. Ayon kay Provincial Director Zaida Garibay, ang isinagawang aktibidad ay may layunin na i-educate ang mga participants nang sa ganoon ay makapagsimula ang mga ito ng kanilang pagkakakitaan. Nag-organisa kamakailan ng Provincial Government of Tarlac, Department of Trade and Industry Tarlac, Provincial Cooperative and Enterprise Development Office o PECEDO ng isang seminar kung paano makipag-negotiate sa mga foreign buyers. Ang training na ito ay may layunin ng bigyan ng kaalaman ukol sa nasabing usapin ang mga existing at potential na micro, small and medium exporters ng Tarlac. Layon nito na turuan ng mga ito sa kung paano makipag-negotiate sa mga foreign buyers kagaya ng importers, distributors, retailers at online wholesalers. Ipinaliwanag ni Resource Speaker Ms. Annelene Moreno, presidente ng More Export Food Philippines Inc., ang mga types ng negotiation at strategies, maging kung paano ipepresenta ang mga materyales.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
Here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC.
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
Your partner in education this time of pandemic.
learners! Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. Simulcast over DZTZ Radio Filipino Tarlac. I'm Joy Lomboy Lacson, your teacher broadcaster in Beauty Care Grade 9, who will be with you in your exciting moment of today's lesson. Broadcasting live here at Capas National High School, Dolores, Capas, Tarlac. If you have questions and suggestions, or if you have something to share about our beauty care session for today, please text 0968-464-4293. You may also watch and learn via Facebook live stream. Please drop your questions in the comment section. If you may, please also tell which school you are from and your section. Example, CNHS Grade 9 Potassium. Remember to keep your comments friendly and about the lesson only. How are you? I hope you are staying safe and healthy. Before we start, find a comfortable place to make this learning session more effective. It would also help if you follow these tips. Number 1. Find a learning area that is well lit and well ventilated. Number 2. Keep your school supplies and other learning materials within your reach. Number 3. Before engaging in our learning session, make sure that you have eaten lunch and you have accomplished all basic personal grooming. Alright, those are the tips I have for you today. This will help you become well engaged in our learning session while feeling fresh and comfortable. So, what are we waiting for? Join me this afternoon for an exciting Tuesday learning experience in beauty care with the following objectives. Number 1. Identify the different basic face shapes. Number 2. Describe and differentiate the various basic face shapes. Number 3. Explain the corrected makeup of each basic face shapes. You'll have a deeper understanding of the lesson as we go on with our broadcast. So stay tuned and listen intently. At this point, I know you are ready and excited for our new learning in beauty care. But before that, let's have a review on what we talked about last time. Are you ready? If yes, all you have to do is to tell what do the showed pictures are. I'll flash pictures about our last lesson. Learners, do you see the flash pictures? These are the summary pictures of our lesson last time. So, what is it all about? If your answer is contraindications or contraindications preclude makeup, learners, you are correct. A contraindication is a condition or factor that may prevent you from performing a makeup application, as it may cause harm. This is important as when applying makeup in a non-suitable area, you can increase the risk of infection or spreading. Let us name some of these contraindications through pictures. Learners, what kind of contraindication is flashed on your screen? This kind of contraindication is a common skin injury that results in a discoloration of the skin. If your answer is bruise, again, you are right. The showed picture is another contraindication preclude makeup. What is it? This kind of contraindication is a long, narrow incision in the skin made by something sharp. If your answer is cut, again, you are correct. Good job, grade 9 learners. I'm glad to know that you still remember our last lesson. I think you are now ready to listen for our next lesson for this afternoon. Our lesson for today is all about basic face shapes. It is important to recognize each individual face shape. This will help you to place your bronzer, blush, highlights, and contours in a way that showcases the best features of your client. The ideal face shape is considered to have ideal proportions. We have 7 various basic face shapes. Number 1, oval shape. Number 2, square shape. Number 3, round shape. Number 4, heart shape. Number 5, diamond shape. Number 6, oblong shape. Number 7, pear shape. Let's start with the first basic face shape, which is the oval shape. If you are an oval shape, your face is as longer than its wide. Aside from this, your jawline is curved and slightly narrower than your forehead. Take note of this. An oval shape is regarded as the perfect face shape because of its symmetrical and proportionate features, making it the most attractive shape. Corrective makeup application usually attempts to create the appearance of an oval face shape. The second basic face shape is the square shape. Try to look at your face in front of a mirror. You have a square shape if your face is as long as it's wide. Another is your forehead and jawline are roughly the same width. Lastly, your chin is less pointed and your jawline is square. As you can see in the showed picture, a square face is composed of straight lines with a wide forehead and a square jawline. Apply corrective makeup to offset the squareness and soften the hard lines of the face. Here are the corrective makeups for a square face shape. Soften your angular features by contouring your jaw and sides of your forehead. Shape your brows and wear cut eyeliner to take the focus from your jawline to your eyes. Create soft-look feminine pastel shades to balance your strong face shape. We are now on the third basic face shape, the round shape. This shape is very similar to a square-shaped face. The only difference is your rounded jawline. Obviously, a round face is usually broader in proportion to its length. Rounding chin and hairline. Apply corrective makeup to slenderize and lengthen the face. What are the corrective makeups for a round face shape? Highlight forehead, brow bone, and chin. Apply blush along cheekbone and cheek apples. Contour temples, under jawline, and cheekbones. Focus your makeup on just one feature. Let's now move on the fourth basic face shape, which is the heart shape. Look at closely to the picture. You have a heart face shape if your forehead is wider than your jawline. In addition, your chin is pointed and you may have a widow's peak. A widow's peak is a distinctive V-shaped hairline that tends to run in families. As shown, a heart shape has wide forehead and a narrow, pointed chin. Apply corrective makeup to minimize the width of the forehead and to increase the width of the jawline. If you have a heart face shape client for makeup application, the following corrective makeup will surely help you. Light bronzer or contouring on the jawline, sides of nose and forehead, blending down towards the cheekbones and temples. Next, add a dash of color on your cheeks, sweeping upwards to the cheekbones. Another one is avoid contouring your jawline since it's already sharp. And lastly, Stick to feminine, soft, and subtle tones to accentuate your youthful face shape. Next is the diamond shape. This fifth face shape is very similar to a heart-shaped face. The only difference is your tapered hairline. Look at the picture. A diamond shape has a narrow forehead with the greatest width across the cheekbones. Apply corrective makeup to reduce the width across the cheekbone line. Don't worry if you or your client has a diamond shape. We have corrective makeup for this kind of face shape. Number 1, apply bronzer on the top of your forehead and underneath cheekbones to balance the face structure. Number 2, highlight along the nose to soften down your sharp face cut. Number 3, use highlighter along jawline instead of forehead to balance out your prominent areas. And lastly, for lips, avoid bright shade lip colors. Stick to neutral tones. The sixth basic face shape is the oblong shape. If you have this face shape, your chin is slightly curvy. Your forehead, jawline, and cheeks are similar in width. Aside from this, your overall shape is elongated. An oblong face has greater length in proportion to its width than the square or round face. Long and narrow, apply corrective makeup to create the illusion of width across the cheekbone line, making the face appear shorter. If you don't want your face to appear its oblong shape, do the following corrective makeups. Apply blush across the apples of your cheeks, not along the hollows. Pump up your lips with a hint of rosy lip color to make your face appear fuller. Use bronzer and your hairline, forehead, bottom of the cheekbones whilst blending towards temple. Highlight cheekbones, brow bone to balance your length. We are now on the last basic face shape. I hope you are still with me, learners. The last and the seventh basic face shape is pear shape. Your face shape is considered as pear shape if your jawline is wider than your forehead. Apply corrective makeup to create width at the forehead. Slenderize the jawline and add length to the face. Learners, don't worry if you or your customer has a pear shape. Makeup is so helpful. Here are the corrective makeups for a pear face shape. Highlight eyes and cheekbones to add sharpness to your face structure. You can also use bright shade lip colors to make your jaw appear narrower. Accentuate eyes with cat eyeliner or wing shadow to draw attention away from your chin. Apply bronzer to your jawline to make it appear slimmer. We are done with the 7 basic face shape. Did you understand our lesson? That's great, learners! Before we end, let's determine the basic face shapes with their characteristics or definition. Number 1, oval shape. Your face is longer than it's wide. Your jawline is curved and is slightly narrower than your forehead. It is regarded as the perfect face shape. Number 2, square shape. Your face is as long as it's wide. Another is your forehead and jawline are roughly the same width. Lastly, your chin is less pointed and your jawline is squared. Number 3, round shape. This shape is very similar to a square-shaped face. The only difference is your rounded jawline. Number 4, heart shape. Your forehead is wider than your jawline. Your chin is pointed and you may have a widow's peak. Number 5. Diamond shape. This shape is very similar to a heart-shaped face. The only difference is your tapered hairline. Number 6 is oblong shape. Your chin is slightly curvy. Your forehead, jawline, and cheeks are similar in width. Your overall shape is elongated. Number 7. Pear shape. Your jawline is wider than your forehead. Okay, learners. Again, these are the basic face shapes. I hope that you understand our lesson for today. Now, to check if you really understood our lesson, let's have a Tell Me My Face Shape short quiz by identifying the different basic face shapes. Learners, are you ready? Okay, listen to my instructions in taking the quiz. I will read each question twice. From the choices given, choose the letter of the correct answer. For those who are watching in our FB live stream, you can type your answers in our chat box or you can write it in your activity sheet or in a piece of paper, not in your learning materials. Are the instructions clear to you, learners? Are you ready? Okay, let's begin. Question number 1. We know the actress, but can you guess the shape of her face? As you can see, she has a wider forehead than her jawline, and her chin is pointed. The choices are A. Diamond shape, B. Heart shape, C. Oblong shape, or D. Pear shape. I'll repeat the question number 1. We know the actress, but can you guess the shape of her face? As you can see, she has a wider forehead than her jawline, and her chin is pointed. The choices are A. Diamond shape, B. Heart shape, C. Oblong shape, or D. Pear shape. Question number 2. What basic face shape is longer than its wide, and the jawline is curved and is slightly narrower than the forehead? The choices are A. Square shape, B. Round shape, C. Oval shape, or D. Heart shape. I'll repeat the question number 2. What basic face shape is longer than its wide, and the jawline is curved and is slightly narrower than the forehead? The choices are A. Square shape, B. Round shape, C. Oval shape, or D. Heart shape. Question number 3. As you can see, she has wider jawline than her forehead. What is her face shape? The choices are A. Pear shape, B. Diamond shape, C. Square shape, or D. Oblong shape. I'll repeat the question number 3. As you can see, she has a wider jawline than her forehead. What is her face shape? The choices are A. Pear shape, B. Diamond shape, C. Square shape, or D. Oblong shape. Question number 4. Obviously, her face is as longer as it's wide, and her forehead and jawline are roughly the same width. By which shape can you describe her face? The choices are A. Oblong shape, B. Oval shape, C. Diamond shape, or D. Square shape. I'll repeat the question number 4. Obviously, her face is as long as it's wide, and her forehead and jawline are roughly the same width. By which shape can you describe her face? The choices are A. Oblong shape, B. Oval shape, C. Diamond shape, or D. Square shape. Question number 5. Do you know her? Her chin is slightly curvy and her forehead, jawline, and cheeks are similar in width. What is her face shape known as? The choices are A. Oblong shape, B. Round shape, C. Oval shape, or D. Diamond shape. I'll repeat the question number 5. Do you know her? Her chin is slightly curvy and her forehead, jawline, and cheeks are similar in width. What is her face shape known as? The choices are A. Oblong shape, B. Round shape, C. Oval shape, or D. Diamond shape. Question number 6. How about this beautiful woman? What face shape does she has? Her face shape is very similar to a square-shaped face. The only difference is her rounded jawline. The choices are A. Diamond shape, B. Square shape, C. Oblong shape, or D. Round shape. I'll repeat the question number 6. How about this beautiful woman? What face shape does she has? Her face shape is very similar to a square-shaped face. The only difference is her rounded jawline. The choices are A. Diamond shape, B. Square shape, C. Oblong shape, or D. Round shape. Last question. Question number 7. What face shape is very similar to a heart-shaped face, wherein the only difference is the tapered hairline? The choices are A. Diamond shape, B. Round shape, C. Heart shape, or D. Oval shape. I'll repeat the question number 7. What face shape is very similar to a heart-shaped face, wherein the only difference is the tapered hairline? The choices are A. Diamond shape, B. Round shape, C. Heart shape, or D. Oval shape. Okay, let's check your answers. Be honest, class, in checking your own paper. Number 1, B. Heart shape. Again, number 1 is B. Heart shape. Number 2, C. Oval shape. Number 2, C. Oval shape. Number 3, A. Pear shape. Number 3, A. Pear shape. Number 4, D. Square shape. Number 4, D. Square shape. Number 5 is A. Oblong shape. Number 5 is A. Oblong shape. Number 6 is D. Round shape. Number 6 is D. Round shape. And the last number, number 7 is A. Diamond shape. Number 7 is A. Diamond shape. How well did you do in the quiz? If you got all the answers correct, congratulations. If you didn't, that's okay. Don't lose hope and keep trying. Just continue to review our lesson. So, I guess we had a great time together learning about the basic face shapes. That's all for today, grade 9 learners. I hope you learned something from today's lesson. Again, this is Teacher Joy Lamboy Lacson, your teacher broadcaster in Beauty Care Grade 9, leaving you this message. In TLE, we aim skills, knowledge, and progress. Until next time!
Kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay. Ito ang kabahagi mo, Radyo Pilipino. Napapakinggan on air, and online, sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy, kabahagi mo, Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Masayang-masaya ako dahil alam ko makakatulong ito sa aking mga kababayan at sa mga karatig bayan dito sa unang distrito ng Tarlac. Talagang happy na ako dito sa mga ginagawa natin para sa mga kababayan natin dito sa bayan ng Paniki.
Ayan ang naging tugon ni Paniki Mayor Max Rojas matapos ang ginanap na soft opening ng Paniki Blood Bank. Bukod sa Blood Bank, mayroon pang ibang proyekto ang inihahanda nito at ni Vice Mayor Ben Rojas para sa kanilang nasasakupan.
Kagaya nung ibinigay ng DOH yung Super Mega RHU na pag-ooperate na nitong buwan na ito, inintay lang namin na yung request ko sa Tarelco para tuluyan ng magbukas yung Super Mega RHU ko doon sa lupang idinonate namin para doon itayo yung Super Mega RHU.
Sa panayam kay Mr. June Paras ng Philippine Red Cross Tarlac, aniya, malaking bagay na mayroong sariling blood bank ang isang bayan.
Well, napaka-importante kasi ang in line with the expansion program of the Philippine Red Cross as envisioned by our chairman, no less than Senator Richard Gordon, ang gusto niyang mangyari, ilapit ang dugo sa mga tao sa grassroots. So therefore, itong pagpatayo ng building dito ay kay Mayor Max, napakahalaga nito kasi kaya nung kausapin namin si Mayor Max na magtatayo dito, agad-agad umuo siya. Kasi ganun ka-importante sa kanya yung blood bank dito sa ating bayan. Kaya ito, susuplayan niya ng dugo itong mga karatig bayan, hindi lang dito sa Paniki, maging sa karatig bayan ng 1st District.
Dagdag pa nito, magiging madali na ang paglapit ng dugo sa mga nangangailangan sa bayan at sa karatig na lugar.
For easy access, yan ang ating vision ng ating chairman si Senator Richard Gordon, na mapalapit ang dugo sa mga taong bayan.
Kasabay ng isinagawang soft opening ng blood bank ng bayan ay ang bloodletting activity kung saan ilan sa mga blood donors ang dumalo. Isa sa mga ito ay si Jacob Valdez na nakaugalingan ng mag-donate upang makatulong sa mga nangangailangan. Binanggit din ito na malaking bagay na mayroon ng sariling blood bank ang bayan.
Mas okay po, mas convenient na po kasi mas malapit na yung pupuntahan nila pag may mga nangailangan dito na pasyente.
Ang naganap na soft opening ng Paniki Blood Bank ay dinalohan ng kinatawa ng Provincial DOH, Board of Trustees Lydia Co at James Co, mayors at vice mayors ng iba't ibang bayan at iba pang mga respetadong individual. Para sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, ako si Jam Torio, nagbabalita.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid,
Aral TarlakHenyo,
sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26,
at sa bayang naririnig sa DZTC 828,
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente,
mula rito sa Purok Elementary School, Pura Tarlac,
sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro,
na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Hello everyone! Good afternoon, especially to all of our 9th grade learners. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. I am Julian Gamorot Lacamento, your Arts 9 teacher broadcaster for today, broadcasting live from Moncada, Tarlac. Before we start, make sure you are holding your printed module so you can follow as I go along the discussions. Stay in the most comfortable place while listening or watching to this broadcast. Hands off to all distractions, lend me your ears, and stay focused to our lesson. Let us first have a recap of what we have discussed last time. For those who are tuned in to DZTC Radyo Pilipino Tarlac, have with you your 2Ps, a pen and a paper for you to write your answer. And for those who are watching live on our TV channel 26, write your answers on the comment box. I hope you got the instruction right. Are you ready? Here's the question. What are the different Western classical plays and opera? Again, the question is, what are the different Western classical plays and opera? Let me see your answers on the comment box. You are correct. The different Western classical plays and opera are Oedipus Rey, which is a Greek classical play, Romeo and Juliet, which is a Renaissance play or opera, and Carmen, which is a romantic opera. Very good, grade 9. I am glad that you have mastered the lesson last session. Let us now continue with our lesson for today. At the end of the discussion, you are expected to identify the famous Filipino playwrights and directors. Are you ready to listen? Let's get started and talk about the famous Filipino playwrights and directors. What is meant when we say playwright and director? Playwright or dramatist is a person who writes play. The word play came from the Middle English word play and from the Old English word plega. On the other hand, the word write is an archaic English term for a craftsman or builder, as in a wheelwright or cartwright. The words were combined to indicate a person who has wrought words, themes, and other elements into a dramatic form called play. Theater director or stage director is a professional in the theater field who oversees and orchestrates the mounting of a theater production such as play, opera, dance, drama, musical theater performance, and other by unifying various endeavors and aspects of production. The director's function is to ensure the quality and completeness of theater production and to lead the members of the creative team into realizing their artistic vision for it. The following are the famous Filipino theater artists. We have Francisco Balagtas A. de la Cruz and Severino R. Reyes for our famous Filipino playwrights. And our famous Filipino directors are Ricardo G. Abad and Salvador F. Bernal. Now, let us talk about Francisco Balagtas y de la Cruz. Francisco Balagtas y de la Cruz was born on April 2, 1788 in Panginay, Bigaa, Bulacan, and died on February 20, 1862 of pneumonia. He was also known as Francisco Baltazar. His best-known work is the Florante at Laura. Francisco Balagtas was the youngest of the 4 children of Juan Balagtas, a blacksmith, and Juana de la Cruz. He studied in a parochial school in Bigaa and later in Manila. During his childhood years, Francisco worked as houseboy in Tondo, Manila. Balagtas learned to write poetry from Jose de la Cruz, who were also known as Joseng Sisiw, one of the famous poets of Tondo. It was de la Cruz himself who personally challenged Balagtas to improve his writing. In 1835, Balagtas moved to Pandacan, where he met Maria Asuncion Rivera, who served as the muse for his future works. She is referenced in Florante at Laura as Celia and Myrrh. Balagtas' affections for Myrrh were challenged by the influential Mariano Capule. Capule won the battle when he used his wealth to get Balagtas imprisoned under the accusation that Balagtas ordered a servant girl's head to be shaved. It was in prison that he wrote Florante at Laura so that the events of the poem were meant to parallel his own situation. Balagtas published Florante at Laura upon his release in 1838. He moved to Balanga, Bataan in 1840, where he served as the assistant to the Justice of Peace and later in 1856 as Major Lieutenant. Only 3 of Balagtas' works survive complete and intact to this day. The first one is Florante at Laura or Pinagdaanang Buhay ni Florante at Laura sa Kaharian ng Albania. It is a beautiful story about Florante, a duke of the Kingdom Albania, is tied to a tree lamenting the death of his father, Duke Briseo. He is driven mad by the thought of his beloved Princess Laura, who has fallen into the arms of his enemy, Count Adolfo, son of Count Sileno. The second one is La India Elegante y El Negrito Amante. It is a short play in 1 part. We also have Orosman at Safira, which is a commedia in 3 parts. Out of the 3, Florante at Laura is considered Balagtas' defining work and is a cultural touchstone for the Philippines. It is actually his masterpiece. Florante at Laura in English translation is the history of Florante and Laura in the Kingdom of Albania. He dedicated it to his sweetheart Maria Asuncion Rivera, whose picture was shown earlier in our discussion, whom he nicknamed M.A.R. and is referenced to as Celia in the dedication Kay Celia. Florante at Laura as an awit. The word is modern Filipino, which means song, but at that time, it refers to a standard poetic format. It has a metrical narrative poem with dodecasyllabic quatrains. When we say dodecasyllabic quatrains, it means it has 12 syllables per line and 4 lines per stanza. Each stanza is usually a complete, grammatically correct sentence. Figures of speech were used which, according to Fernando Monleon, Balagtas used 28 types in 395 instances throughout the poem. The beautiful story is discussed by chapters, or also known as saknong, which is also often staged into plays and sometimes put into own scripts and lyrics. Being a grand literary classic in the Philippines, adapting this epic for modern theater requires skills and mastery. The said play is a staple among junior high school students as a classroom requirement. Balagtas is so greatly revered in the Philippines that the term for Filipino debate in extemporaneous verse was named after him, Balagtasan, and one of the greatest literary awards in the Philippines was also named after him. The Balagtasan is a traditional Filipino art form where two protagonists debate the merits of a theme, one supporting it and the other arguing against it. Francisco Balagtas died on February 20, 1862 at the age of 73. On his deathbed, he asked a favor that none of his children become a poet like him, who had suffered under his gift. He even told them it would be better to cut her heads off than let them be writers. Our next playwright is Severino R. Reyes. He was known to be the father of the Tagalog zarzuela, the son of Rufino Reyes and Andrea Rivera. Reyes was born in Santa Cruz, Manila on February 11, 1861. He studied at San Juan de Letran College and later at the University of Santo Tomas, where he studied philosophy. Severino R. Reyes is a Filipino writer, dramatist, and playwright. Reyes was highly acclaimed as one of the giants of Tagalog literature. In 1902, Reyes founded and directed the Grand Compañía de Zarzuela Tagala. And on June 14, 1902, the company staged this play Walang Sugat, a drama set against the historical events in Bulacan during the Philippine Revolution. In 1923, Reyes co-founded The Liwayway, a Tagalog literary which published a series of fairy tales titled Mga Kwento ni Lola Basyang, written by Reyes. The storyteller of Lola Basyang was based by the author on a neighbor named Hervasia de Guzman. Severino Reyes died on September 15, 1942, when the Philippines was under the Japanese regime. Let us now meet the major and minor characters of Walang Sugat. First, we have Tenyong, isang mapagmahal na lalaki na lumaban sa mga praile. We also have Julia, ang iniibig ni Tenyong, Lucas, kanang kamay ni Tenyong o matalik na kaibigan, Putin, ina ni Tenyong, Kapitan Ingo, ama ni Tenyong, Juana, ina ni Julia, Kura o mga praile, mga sakim at mapagmalabis. Severino Reyes' masterpiece, Walang Sugat, broadly underscores the injustice of Spanish rule, even as it dances around the cruel fate of the young lovers Tenyong and Julia with humor and song. Set in the final leg of the Philippine Revolution, Tenyong is forced to leave behind his childhood sweetheart, Julia, to join the Katipunan. Meanwhile, Julia's mother pressures her into marrying the wealthy Miguel instead. With no word from Tenyong in the battle, Julia gives in, but her wedding is interrupted by the fatally wounded Tenyong. He mentions his dying wish to Julia, and the play features an unexpected twist that shows how Tenyong was able to outwit the persons separating him from his beloved Julia. Walang Sugat tells the love story of Julia and Tenyong, whose forbidden relationship had been further hampered by their social status, political and religious beliefs during the height of the Philippine Revolutionary Movement against the Spanish colonizers in 1896 to 1898. The production was directed by Ricardo Abad under the musical direction of Josefino Toledo. John Villarreal handled lights design while Dexter Santos choreographed. Set and costumes were designed by national artist Salvador Bernal. The characters in time of Ricardo Abad and Salvador Bernal were Chris Villonco, who played as Julia, Noel Rayos and Antonio Ferrer played Julia's love interest, Tenyong, legendary Filipino stage actress Noemi Manican Gomez played Julia's mother, Juana, stage stalwarts Roger Pascua and Lou Veloso played as Tadeo, Red Maestro and Jonathan Tediwan played the loyal sidekick Lucas, Jenny Villegas and Jean Judith Javier played Lucas' sweetheart Monica, Gino Ramirez played as Miguel, Veloso and Jaldon Bay played Padre Teban, and Joseph Perez played as Pedrin. Let us now talk about the famous Filipino directors. Let us start with Ricardo G. Abad. He was born in Manila on August 10, 1946, of parents from Cavite and Camiguin. Graduated at the Ateneo de Manila, after which he obtained a Fulbright grant to finish a doctorate in sociology at Fordham University in New York. A full-time faculty at Department of Sociology and Anthropology, Artist Director, Tanghalang Ateneo, Metrobank Network of Outstanding Teachers Pathways or ANNI, Ateneo de Manila University Role Players, Theater for Life, Social Weather Stations. He has been involved as actor and director in over 120 productions, while at the same time doing sociological work as teacher, researcher, and editor. He has also directed and acted for professional companies like Teatro Pilipino and Tanghalang Pilipino of the Cultural Center of the Philippines and the Metropolitan. Many of his theater productions were classics of a Western drama, but in terms of Filipino and Asian sensibility, like Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet. The second Filipino director is Salvador F. Bernal. He was known as the father of theater design in the Philippines. Born in 1945, to a family that ran a terno shop. He was the first to develop theater design as a profession and elevate it to an art form. Studied at Ateneo de Manila and at Northwestern University. Practiced and handled courses in the art and craft of theater design. Salvador Bernal taught briefly at Ateneo de Manila and University of the Philippines. He had designed more than 250 productions in ballet, theater and film, and a National Artist Awardee. Here is an example of a theater and stage design by Salvador F. Bernal. There you have it, my dear learners. You have come to know the famous Filipino playwrights and directors. Did you enjoy the lesson? Did you listen attentively to our discussion? Wow, that's great. Let me check if you really listened attentively and understood our discussion. At this point, bring out with you your learner's activity sheet and answer it properly. For those who are watching live, write your answers on the comment box. Again, for those who are watching live, you can write your answers on the comment box. Are you ready? Let's start. Our first question, he designed more than 250 productions in ballet, theater, and film. Again, he designed more than 250 productions in ballet, theater, and film. A. Francisco Balagtas. B. Severino Reyes. C. Ricardo Abad. Or D. Salvador F. Bernal. The correct answer is letter D, Salvador Bernal. For our second question, he has been involved as actor and director in over 120 productions, while at the same time doing sociological work as teacher, researcher, and editor. Again, he has been involved as actor and director in over 120 productions, while at the same time doing sociological work as teacher, researcher, and editor. A. Francisco Balagtas. B. Severino Reyes. C. Ricardo Abad. Or D. Salvador F. Bernal. Yes, the correct answer is letter C, Ricardo Abad. For our third question, he is the father of the Tagalog zarzuela. Again, he is the father of the Tagalog zarzuela. Choices are A. Francisco Balagtas. B. Severino R. Reyes. C. Ricardo Abad. Or D. Salvador F. Bernal. What's your answer? The correct answer is letter B, Severino Reyes. For our fourth question, it is a drama set against the historical events in Bulacan during the Philippine Revolution. A drama set against the historical events in Bulacan during the Philippine Revolution. A. Walang Sugat. B. Florante at Laura. C. Ibong Adarna. Or D. Mga Kwento ni Lola Basyang. Yes, the correct answer is letter A. Walang Sugat. And for our fifth and last question, the characters of Severino Reyes' masterpiece, Walang Sugat. The characters of Severino Reyes' masterpiece, Walang Sugat. A. Tenyong at Julia. B. Florante at Julia. C. Crisostomo Ibarra at Maria Clara. Or D. Romeo and Juliet. Yes, you are correct. The correct answer is letter A, Tenyong at Julia. Again, the correct answers are the following. For number 1, we have letter D, Salvador Bernal. Number 2, letter C, Ricardo Abad. 3, letter B, Severino Reyes. 4, letter A, Walang Sugat. And 5, letter A, Tenyong at Julia. I hope you got all the answers right. Congratulations, grade 9. You did very well today. So with that, I would like to say thank you for your time in joining our discussion for today. For the submission of output, activity, or assignment, kindly wait for further announcement from your teachers on how you are going to send or submit your outputs. It can either be through email, FB Messenger, or Google Classroom. Keep updated in DZTC Radyo Pilipino Tarlac for the next airing of our lesson. In closing, keep in mind that the heart of the theater is the play itself, how it dramatizes life to make it meaningful entertainment. I hope you learned a lot today. Again, this is Julian Gamorot Lacamento from Moncada National High School, your Arts 9 anchor teacher for today. Until next time!
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan man mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo, Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy, kabahagi mo, Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Sentro ng selebrasyon ng ika-150th founding anniversary ng lalawigan ng Tarlac, maningning ang magiting ang mayaman na kultura at kasaysayan nito.
It's more of a historical cultural event, no? Para sariwain ang nakaraan. Kasi, you know, when I meet my yung mga students and I ask them, how far do you know where we came from? Anong kasaysayan natin? Walang magtataas ng kamay, no? So, through the years, slowly we're building the interest of our young generation to learn about our history. Pero you can't go into history kung minsan naiinip sila eh. So, nag-segue kami cultural muna to get them interested and then towards history. But today, the highlight really is ang kasaysayan at ang kultura ng Tarlac.
Ipinabatid ni Mr. Arsenio Baby Lugay, Tarlac Provincial Tourism Officer Head, na isa sa mga layunin ng aktibidad ay ang imulat ng mga kabataan sa kasaysayan ng Tarlac.
Sa mga kabataan kasi, hindi na alam kung saan tayo nanggaling. Diba? Wala nang awareness how we became TarlakHenyo, how it all started. No? Ang alam natin, napanganak tayo sa Tarlac, anak tayo ni ganun, finish, tapos na. Wala yung ano ba ang kasaysayan ng mga TarlakHenyo, saan nanggaling, ano ang naidulot nila sa pagkatao natin ngayon, yung character, yung characteristics, yung traits ng mga natin. So that is ang isang class namin ni Governor Susan, is to really identify ano ang TarlakHenyo.
Ipinahayag din ni Vice Governor Attorney Carlito Casada David ang kahalagahan ng pagbabalik tanaw sa kasaysayan.
Pag hindi mo raw alam kung saan ka nagsimula, kung saan ka nanggaling, para kang isang puno na mahina yung ugat. Kahit na mahinang angin lang, nabubuwal. Pero pag nalaman mo, pag alam mo kung saan ka nanggaling, ang kasaysayan ng isang lugar, para kang puno na napakalakas ang ugat. Kaya mas kinakagyan palakas ang hangin, ay hindi mo bubuwal. Yun po ang kahalagaan kung bakit natin dapat pag-aralan ang kasaysayan ng isang lugar.
Ang probinsya ng Tarlac ay itinatag noong May 28, 1873. At bagamat tila balimot na ng iba ang naging ambag nito sa kasaysayan, ang Tarlac ay nananatiling maningning at magiting bilang isa sa 8 lugar na ipinipresenta ng watawat ng Pilipinas. Para sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, ako si Jam Torio, nagbabalita.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagmumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Izrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao, at makabansa.
Magandang hapon po sa lahat ng taga-subaybay ng ating Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo, dito sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, at sa bayang napapakinggan sa DZTC Radyo Pilipino 828 AM Radio, at napapanood via Converge TV Channel 100, FB Live sa FB page ng RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, at sa FB page ng DEPED tayo, Tarlac Province. Ako po ang inyong segment host, Mr. Harold G. Giam, ang teacher in charge ng Araling Panlipunan Department ng Mababanaba National High School at President ng Division Association of Social Studies Leaders and Educators at isang kasalo enthusiast. Ngayong hapon ito, mapalad tayong makasama ang isang napakatalino at down-to-earth na Master Teacher 1 ng Araling Panlipunan ng Capas National High School at isa ring kasalo enthusiast. We have Mr. Ferdinand M. Villanueva. Kasama rin po natin ang isang malapit sa puso ko, ang aking kaibigan, ang Vice President ng Division Association of Social Studies Leaders and Educators ng Cluster 4, ang Araling Panlipunan Leader ng Arangoren Integrated School High School Department, at kasalo enthusiast, we have Mr. Kevin Chester M. Cura. Magandang hapon pong muli, Sir Ferdinand and Sir Chester.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hello
Welcome
po.
po sa ating Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo sa Division Virtual Project Kasalo sa Radyo. Bago ang lahat, bumati po muna tayo sa ating mga taga-subaybay na nakikinig at nanonood, Sir Chester at Sir Ferdinand. Unahin mo natin si Sir Ferdinand.
Magandang hapon, Sir Chas, Sir Harold, magandang hapon sa dalawang mahusay na guro sa aralin sa Division ng Tarlac Province. Masaya ako na nakasama ko kayo ngayong hapon na to. Pinapaabot ko din ang isang magandang hapon at mainit na pagbati sa lahat ng mga nanonood ngayon na mga mag-aaral. Alam ko maraming nanonood ngayon na mga high school students, no? Mga magulang po na nanonood, magandang hapon po. Ganon din magandang hapon sa lahat ng mga kapwa nating guro sa Araling Panlipunan na nanonood ngayon. Sir Harold, kukunin ko na ang pagkakataon na batiin din ang mga importanteng mga tao, tagapamuno sa ating Schools Division of Tarlac Province. Unahin na natin ang mahal nating Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Ronaldo A. Poson. Sir, good afternoon po. At sa ating mahal na EPS ng Araling Panlipunan, Dr. Lamberto F. Gamurot. Pinapaabot ko rin ang aking pagbati sa mahal kong punong guro, Dr. Mariolito G. Magkalas, at sa aking mahal na HT Head Teacher, Madam Munina Escoto Martinez. Muli po, sana samahan nyo kami sa loob ng 25 minutes at makapulot po tayo ng maraming aral at impormasyon tungkol sa paksang ating tatalakayin ngayong hapon na ito. Maraming salamat, Sir Harold.
Thank you, Sir Ferdinand. Sir Chester, bumati ka muna.
Yan, magandang hapon po sa lahat ng mga nakikinig at nanonood dito sa ating kasalo sa radyo. Binati na ni Sir Ferds halos lahat ng aking babatiin. Babatiin ko na lamang ang aking mga mag-aaral at mga kapwa-guro sa Arangoren Integrated School High School Department. Magandang hapon po at Sa inyo rin, Sir Harold at Sir Ferds, magandang hapon po sa inyo.
Ayan. Maraming salamat Sir Chester and Sir Ferdinand. Sa araw na ito, tatalakayin at pag-usapan natin para sa ating kasalo sa radyo ang mga produktong agrikultural at mga industriya. Ayan. Ano namang mga produktong agrikultural ang may pagmamalaki ng lalawigan ng Tarlac? Dahil alam ko, maraming mga gustong malaman kung ano bang mga pinagmamalaki ng ating lalawigan. Sir Ferdinand.
Sir Harold, alam mo ba na ang ating probinsya ng Tarlac ay napakapalad dahil tayo ay biniyayaan ng may kapal ng napakayaman na at maunlad na mga produktong agrikultural. Ang mga produktong agrikultural ng ating probinsya, pangunahin na dito ang mga sumusunod. Kabilang dyan ang palay, tubo, mais, halamang ugat tulad ng kamote, singkamas, tabako, at mga sari-saring gulay, Sir Harold.
Ayan. Thank you, Sir Ferdinand. So mula sa mga nabanggit ni Sir, saan madalas itinatanim ang mga pangunahing produktong ito na nabanggit niya tulad ng palay, tubo, Sir Chester?
Okay, Sir Harold. Sa katunayan, katulad ng sinabi ni Sir Ferds, ang Tarlac ay isang kapatagan. Kaya naman, halos lahat ng lugar sa Tarlac ay tinatamnan ng mga nabanggit na produkto ni Sir Ferds katulad ng palay, mais at iba't ibang mga gulay.
Tama, agrikultura ang pangunahing industriya ng Tarlac. Palay at tubo ang pangunahing pananim. Ngunit isa ang tubo sa may magandang kasaysayan kung bakit may pagmamalaki natin ito sa ating lalawigan. Alam mo, very excited ako kung ano ang kwentong ibibigay sa atin ni Sir Ferdinand patungkol sa tubo. Sir Ferdinand.
Salamat po, Sir Harold. Alam niyo ba, Sir Harold, para sa informasyon ng manunood at tagapakinig natin sa radyo, ang kasaysayan ng industriya ng asukal o sugar industry sa Pilipinas noong Spanish colonization ay mula sa mga Arab traders na dinala galing Celebes. Yun ang mga nabasa natin sa ating mga pananaliksik. Una, di umanong itinanim ang tubo sa Mindanao. Pagkatapos, ang asukal ay dinala patungong norte. At ang prosesong ito ay umabot ng Visayas at Luzon. Ang sugarcane farming ay patuloy pa rin na isinasagawa sa buong bansa hanggang sa kasalukuyan. Sa katunayan, ang ating probinsya ng Tarlac ay mayroon tayong mga malalaking sugar milling companies. Ilan dito ang Central Azucarera de Tarlac. Pamilyar ba kayo doon, Sir Harold, sa Central Azucarera de Tarlac?
Yes, sir. Actually, nakita ko na yan din. Parang mga tries na siguro.
Opo. Hanggang ngayon kasi, still operational yon. Yan ay matatagpuan natin sa San Miguel, Tarlac City. At ang Paniki Sugar Mills Incorporation sa Paniki, Tarlac naman. So sa mga kababayan natin sa Paniki, alam nila at pamilyar sila dun sa Paniki Sugar Mills Incorporation. Sa aking pagbabasa, Sir Harold, at pananaliksik, ukol dito, hindi lang daw ng tubo ay naipagbibili sa mga malaking sugar milling companies. Mayroon din tayong mga maliliit na kabyawan. So may mga kabyawan sa ating mga bayan, tulad sa bayan ng Victoria at sa Hirona noong mga unang panahon. Dito dinadala ng ating mga kababayang magsasaka ng tubo ang kanilang ani na unas o tubo para lutuin nila, para maging inuyat. So nung mga bata nga kami, naalala ko pa, Sir Harold, ginagawa namin palaman yung inuyat kasi nakalagay sa lata yun. No?
Yes, sir.
At di ba, Sir Chas, naalala niyo pa yun? Yung
yes,
nakatingin ako ng inuyat?
Actually, hanggang sa ngayon, sir, meron pa rin mga nagtitinda ng inuyat na inilalagay sa stick.
Oo nga, no? Tapos, lulutuin nila yon hanggang lubos na maluto at maging tagapulot. Alam ko ang tagapulot sa Ilocano ay sugar. Sir Harold, tama ba yung tagapulot?
Yes, sir. At saka nabanggit nyo kanina, yung term na unas, kung di ako nagkakamali, ang Ilocano kasi ng tubo ay unas. Ano naman po sa Kapampangan?
Sa mga hindi...
Sa amin, Atbo.
Pastor. Atbo, sir. Okay, oo.
Okay.
So, may natututulan tayo. So, yung mga hindi pamilyar sa Ilocano term na at Punta Kapampangan, unas naman po sa Ilocano. Alam mo Sir Harold, may terminolohiya akong binigay kanina, nakabiyawan. Ang tawag natin sa isang stone device, no, na pinapatakbo ito sa pamamagitan ng isang kalabaw na ginagamit noong unang panahon para sa pag-ipit at pagdapil ng tubo para makuha yung katas nito na ginagawang molasses or crude sugar. Ito yung unrefined sugar o yung muscovado. Yon Sir Harold.
Okay. So thank you Sir Ferdinand. Oh no, napakinggan natin no kung ano ba yung naging history no ng produkto natin na tubo at nalaman natin na may mga sugar mills tayo dito sa Tarlac. Ang Central Azucarera sa Paniki. At alam nyo ba, sa Victoria meron din, actually nasa plaza namin yan. Kung di ako nagkakamali din sa may facing yung munisipyo namin nasa right side niya. At nakita ko nga na at least maging familiar yung mga estudyante o yung mga bata na ito pala ay isang uri ng kabyawan na ginagamit ng hanggang sa ngayon ng ating mga Tarlakhenyo. So dito, nabanggit nyo rin po sir kanina yung produktong mais. So ngayon naman Sir Chester, kwentuhan mo naman kami saan naman makikita ang may pinakamaraming taniman na mais.
Yes, Sir Harold. So, ang mais, Sir Harold, ay karaniwan nating makikita sa halos lahat ng munisipalidad kasi madali lamang itanim ito. Pero ang pinakamalaking taniman natin ng mais ay makikita sa San Manuel. Sa katunayan, ay sa dami ng mga nakatanim na mais sa San Manuel, ay nagkakaroon sila ng tinatawag nilang Mais Festival tuwing buwan ng Pebrero bilang pagpapasalamat sa kanilang masaganang ani sa bawat taon. Okay? So dito rin nagmumula halos lahat ng mga mais na tinitinda natin dito sa ating lalawigan, Sir Harold. Kung makikita ninyo, di ba, may mga nagtitinda ng mais, yung nakabaso, yung mga nakaano na siya agad, nilalagyan ng cheese.
Cheese, tama.
Yes, tama. So yung mga mais na yon is yung Japanese sweet corn at saka yung local nating mais na kulay puti.
Okay. Yes sir, thank you Sir Chester. Actually nung nag-aaral pa ako ng ang aking master's sa Urdaneta, 'di ba madalas na dumadaan tayo doon sa San Manuel at nakikita ko nga yung parang pinaka-simbolo doon sa may ano nila sa munisipyo nila nandoon yung
munisipyo, yes. Meron
yung
siyang
tama. Okay. So, ayan, napag-uusapan na rin natin ang mga produktong agrikultural. Nice ko rin idagdag sa ating usapan ang mga sari-saring mga gulay at halamang ugat na makikita sa ating lalawigan. Anong mga gulay naman ang kilala sa ating mga lalawigan? Sir Ferdinand.
Sir Harold, katulad ng sinabi natin kanina, napakaswerte natin sa probinsya ng Tarlac dahil babiyaya ang ating lupa. Sari-saring gulay ang maaari nating matanim sa ating mga lupain. Ang mga gulay na makikita natin sa ating mga lalawigan, ay ang mga halamang ugat, katulad halimbawa ng singkamas. Makikita nyo, pumunta kayo sa lagsaan ng gulay sa taas ng palengke ng lungsod ng Tarlac, madami doon nagtitinda ng singkamas, Sir Harold. Marami din tayong mga kamote, iba't ibang mga gulay katulad ng talong, petchay, kalabasa, kamatis, at okra, Sir Harold.
Ayan, so makikita nga natin talaga na ang ating lalawigan ay sagana sa mga gulay. Sir Chester.
Yes, Sir Harold. Nabanggit nyo yung iba't ibang mga gulay, pero ang isang gulay na masasabi nating maipagmamalaki ng Tarlac ay ang okra. Bakit okra? Dahil ang okra ay ginagawa palang iba't ibang produkto, lalo na sa bansang Japan. Sa katunayan, Sir Harold, malaking taniman ng okra ay makikita natin sa La Paz, Tarlac. Okay? So, dahil doon, ang mga okrang ito are actually grown para doon sa paggawa ng iba't ibang mga produkto. At atin naman itong iniluluwas sa bansang Japan.
O, di ba? Hindi lang talaga pang-lokal ang ating mga produkto, pang-international pa. So, napakagaling, no? Sa simpleng mga produkto, nagawang makilala ang ating lalawigan. Tatak Tarlac talaga nga naman. Isa pang may pagmamalaki ng ating lalawigan, ang mga industriya. Nais din naming malaman gayon din ng mga sumusubaybay at nakikinig sa ating programa ang tungkol sa ating industriya. Dahil kanina nabanggit natin ang mga produktong agrikultural. So ngayon naman dumako tayo sa industriya naman natin. Sir Ferdinand, kwentuhan mo kami dito.
Salamat Sir Harold. Alam mo Sir Harold, ang mga industriya na makikita natin karaniwan sa ating probinsya ay kinabilangan ng pag-iimbak ng karne. Tusino. Ang konsepsyon nga, Sir Harold, sa katunayan ay kilala sila sa burong baboy. King Kapampangan, burong babi. Napasyal ka na ba sa konsepsyon, Sir Harold?
Siguro sir, mga ano pa lang, twice, thrice, ganon. Nadadaanan pa ng nila.
Tikman niyo po yung burong baboy nila doon o burong babi. Yun ang pinagmamalaki ng bayan ng Konsepsyon. Nandyan din ang longganisa, pagpapatuyo ng isda o daing, burong itlog, pagpapausok ng isda, at burong isda. Mahilig tayo mga Kapampangan sa pagbuburo, Sir Harold. Sinaliksik ko nga ang ibig sabihin na katumbas sa Ingles ng buro is fermented o kaya pickled o kaya something preserved in salt. Kaya halos lahat naman ng bagay na pwedeng iburo nagagawa ng mga Tarlakenyo. Nandiyan yung burong babi, burong kanin, burong mangga, burong mustasa, at yun ay pinagmamalaki ng ating bayan.
Naku sir, Ferdinand, binanggit mo yung mga pagkain na yan, bigla akong natakam. Kasi nga, di ba, kahit sa mga ganitong pagkakataon, gusto nating matikman ang produkto ng ating lalawigan. Si Sir Chester, taga-Concepcion siya. Siguro one time kapag nakapunta ako sa kanilang bahay, siya ay magbibigay ng, magpapakain ng ganyan mga produkto. Ang
burong babi.
Yes naman, Sir Harold. Actually, sabihan mo lang. Kasi widely available yung mga tinurong pagkain dito sa Concepcion actually. Sa sobrang dami nga, halos araw-araw, merong mga available na mga produkto.
Yes, sir. So, ayan, naasahan ko yan na pag nagpunta ako sa bahay ninyo, marami kang papatik out sa akin. So, maliban sa mga nabanggit niya, Sir Chester, ano-ano pang mga nais mong idagdag na mga produktong pang-industriya naman sa ating lalawigan?
Yes, Sir Harold. Bukod sa mga nabanggit ni Sir Ferds na iba't ibang mga produktong pang-industriya, katulad ng mga binurong pagkain, sikat din sa lalawigan ng Tarlac ang iba't ibang industry, tulad ng industriya ng pagtutroso, maging ang paggawa ng mga sawali dun sa mga basket na ginagamit natin, na yari sa sawali at mga bahay kubo natin. Yan, meron din tayong ganyang industriya rito. Pati ang paglalala ng banig ay kasama din sa industriya ng Tarlac. Kasama rin sa industriya dito sa atin ay ang paggawa ng mga pamintay. Yan, yung mga binebenta sa ating palengke na yari sa buko. Okay?
Yes.
At meron ding mga meron ding industriya ng paggawa ng mga muebles na masasabi naman nating Tatak Tarlac na sobrang tibay.
O yan mga Tarlakhenyo, no? Hindi lang tayo sa produktong agrikultural, kundi pati rin sa ating industriya ang paggawa ng sawali, paglalala ng banig, pamaypay, at paggawa ng mga muebles. Sir Ferdinand, kanina nabanggit mo yung tinapang isda or yung pagtitinapang. Kung di ako nagkakamali, marami akong nakikita dito dyan sa Kapas. Madalas kasi namamasyal ako sa kaibigan ko dyan. Kwentuhan mo kami dito, sir, kung paano ba nagsimula ang produkto ng smoked fish o yung tinapa sa bayan ng Kapas.
Okay, salamat po. Alam mo, Sir Harold, at mga nakikinig ngayon sa ating palatuntunan, ang tinapang isda, Sir Harold, ay isang sikat na uri ng isda kung saan ito ay naproseso at naluto gamit ang tinatawag na smoking. Yung proseso na pagluluto ng isdang ito ay smoking. Kaya naman, sa Ingles, ang tawag dito, Sir Harold, ay smoked fish. No? Maaring gawing tinapa o tapang isda ang isdang galunggong, bangus, at tilapia. The most commonly ginagamit na isda, Sir Harold, ay ang tilapia, bangus, at saka yung galunggong. Tapang isda o tinapa ang nagiging tawag matapos ang proseso ng smoking. Madalas, iparas ito sa kanin o kaya may kasamang kamatis. Makakakita pa rin tayo sa Harold at mga dakila natin mga tagapakinig ng ganitong buhay na industriya at masarap na produkto ng ating probinsya sa Barangay Talaga at mga ilan pa, sa bayan ng Kapas yung Talaga. So, if you want to taste yung pinagmamalaking produkto ng Kapas, isa dyan ay ang tinapang talaga ng Kapas. Pero meron din tayong mga ibang mga bayan na bantog din sila sa paggagawa ng tinapa o tapang isda, Sir Harold.
Okay. Alam mo sir, kwento ko lang no, every time na noon kasi syempre hindi ako, bata pa ako, hindi ako familiar sa ganyang produkto ng kapas. Alam ko noon, yung mga, di ba sir, nasa gilid sila ng daan? Yung mga
Yes, Aro. Silera sila.
Ano, kakanin, yung ano, di ba nagpapara kasi sila sa tupig.
Tupig.
Yeah. Sir, isip ko, ay, ang haba naman hanggang, kasi di ba papuntang Luisita, sir, di ba may mga, may mga
San Miguel.
Tupig, yes.
Siya hanggang sa Kapas na nagtitinda rin sila ng tubig. So yun nalaman natin no na
Pinakaman yung sa amin, sa Kapas.
Yes, sir. Di ba sir, taga-Kapas ka? So one time, ayan,
Opo.
punta tayo dyan.
Pasyal po tayo, Sir Harold. Pagluto ko kayo ng tinapa. Si Sir Chester magdadala ng burong babi.
Talagang maipagmamalaki ang tinapa ng Talaga dahil sobrang sarap ng pagkakagawa ng tinapa. At kapag sinabing tinapa, automatic na ang may isip mong lugar ay ang Talaga sa Kapas.
Sana nga Sir Chester, merong kay Sir, ay mayor katakutan. Tinapa Festival, di ba Sir Harold? Ay Sir Chester.
Yes po.
Kayo, di ba, mga teachers po kayo from Kapas.
Kapas, yes.
So pwede nyong mai-propose yan, sir, bilang
Oo nga, Sir Chester.
na magkaroon ng
Araw ng tinapa.
festival.
Yes.
Kung San Manuel
Tinapa Festival.
Ferdinand ay meron silang Mais Festival, pwede rin nating mai-propose, di ba sir, na magkaroon ng Tinapa Festival. Syempre ngayon hindi pa pwede dahil alam mo sir, pandemic pa ngayon, hindi may pagdiriwang ang ganitong magarbong pagdiriwang o festival. Pero sa mga susunod na pagkakataon ay magkakaroon tayo ng ganito kung papayagan tayo. At nabanggit nyo kanina, di ba, ang pagkain ng tinapa, walang pinipiling yan, meal, breakfast, lunch, dinner.
Yes. Pwede rin siyang midnight snack, Sir Harold. Actually, may mga nililevel up pang tinapa na nilalagay nila sa pasta. Very creative na yung ating mga kababayan ngayon, actually.
Yes. O tama ka sa master, no? Na kailangan maging innovative din tayo. So yung mga iba nilalagay talaga nila sa pasta bilang alternative sa pork.
Meat. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Meat. Tama, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So talaga namang masasabi natin na napakayaman ng ating lalawigan sa mga produktong na ating mga nabanggit. Alam ko si Sir Chester may mga gusto pa siyang idagdag maliban sa mga produktong pang-industriya. Sa inyong sir, sa inyong bayan ng Concepcion.
Yes, nabanggit kanina ni Sir Ferds na sikat ang Concepcion sa burong baboy. Okay, yung burong babi sabi or yung tinatawag nilang pindang damulag na sobrang sarap kasi iba yung lasa niya doon sa burong baboy. So yun ay isa sa produkto ng Concepcion. Maliban sa mani ng Concepcion na kilala kapag sinabi kasing mani, talagang naiisip talaga yung Concepcion dahil yung mani sa Concepcion talagang malalaki ang buto. Okay? So bukod doon, Sir Harold, ay masasabi rin natin na isang ipinagmamalaki ng bayan ng lalawigan ng Tarlac ay yung mga woodworks ng Santa Ignacia. Yan. Kung familiar kayo na karaniwang ibinibigay ng mga trophies o kaya mga medalya, yung galing sa woodworks ng Santa Ignacia. So ito yung iba pang mga produkto pang-industriya na maipagmamalaki ng lalawigan ng Tarlac, Sir Harold.
Ayan, thank you Sir Chester and Sir Ferdinand. So, sa ating mga taga-subaybay at nakikinig nanonood, ngayon alam nyo na no, kung ano yung mga may pagmamalaki ng ating lalawigan at lalo na sa mga munisipalidad natin. So bilang mga Tarlakenyo, narapat lamang na tangkilikin natin ang ganitong mga produkto. So nakakatuwang isipin na napakabunga at nag-uumapaw na naman ang ating mga natutuhan ngayong patungkol sa mga produktong agrikultural at mga industriya sa ating lalawigan. So bago tayo magtapos ay since bumati na kayo kanina Sir Chester at Sir Ferdinand, nais ko din namang batiin ang aking principal sa Pagbabanaban National High School kay Dr. Reynaldo Doria. Kayo din ang aming mga head teachers at sa lahat ng ating mga co-teachers. Ngayon kasi nag-start kami ng modules for the second quarter. So binigyan ako ng chance na ayan, na mag-absent muna dahil ito nga mag-i-air nga ako, mag-broadcast nga ako. At sa lahat ng mga grade 9 broadcasters din na nagpapabati. So hello sa inyong lahat. So maraming salamat sa ating mga panelists, ang ating Master Teacher 1 ng Araling Palipunan ng Capas National High School at Kasalaw Enthusiast. Gayun din ang ating Araling Palipunan leader na si Sir Chester mula sa Aranturen Integrated School High School Department. So maraming salamat Sir Ferdinand at Sir Kevin Chester Cura. May mga gusto pa pasalamatan, Sir?
Salamat po.
Yes, maraming salamat po. Sir Harold, nais ko na rin batiin ang aking school head na si Ma'am Elma sa patuloy na suporta sa mga ganitong gawain. Maraming salamat po Ma'am Elma at sa aking mga head teachers na si Ma'am Sheila at si Ma'am April. Maraming salamat po.
Sir Ferdinand.
Sir Harold, shout out na lang po sa lahat ng aking mga kapwa guro sa Capas National High School. Maraming salamat po Sir Harold, maraming salamat po sa tiwala din na binigay sa atin ng ating EPS Sir Lambert. Hanggang sa muli po, sana magsama-sama muli tayo, Sir Harold and Sir Chester.
Yes, maraming salamat kay Sir Lambert. Muli, ako ang inyong segment host, Mr. Harold Gigiam, ang Araling Palipunan Coordinator ng AP Department sa Mababanaban National High School, ang President ng Division Association of Social Studies Leaders and Educators at Kasalo Enthusiasts na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng kasaysayan lokal ay daan sa pag-unawa ng nakaraan at pinagmulan. Ito rin ang daan upang ganap na maunawaan ang pambansang kasaysayan na siyang daan sa pagiging maka-Diyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Maraming salamat po.